Hi, everyone. I'm Howard Berger, and welcome to our first real conference live interview of the day here on the floor of Realcomm IBCon 2022. And I am here with Turner Levison, industry principal from Yardi. Good to have you with us, Turner.
Thank you. Yeah, excited to be here.
Yeah, how's the conference been for you so far?
Oh, this is always our favorite, and big thanks to our events team for bringing our small Yardi city over here and making it so easy on us. It's been a great conference so far.
The booth looks fantastic.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Are you guys having a good time overall?
Oh, having a good time and a very productive time. We've got the 2 conference rooms. We've had some productive meetings. Where else can you get as many smart people to talk to in a single day as here?
Yeah, you know what I really enjoy is seeing all of the relationships that we've built over the years. Everyone seems to come together here, and it's just it's a great vibe, you know, energy, reconnecting with folks. So tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey at Yardi.
Okay, yeah. So I joined Yardi in 2020 by way of acquisition. So a company that I had co-founded with a couple of people smarter than me, joined Yardi and initially was focused on solutions for commercial real estate brokers and have since moved into an industry principal role across all of our commercial
What year
products.
was that?
I moved into this new role at the beginning of this year.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so
yeah.
a little bit of an expanded scope of things I get to think about and talk to people about.
Interesting. And you're based out of Atlanta, right?
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, so an easy flight down here too. Orlando is a good location.
That's good. It was probably a lot easier for you than for us coming from the West Coast. So now I understand you're focusing a lot of your time on Yardi's ILS, the Internet Listing Services, correct?
Yeah.
And I understand that the ILS product, which I hadn't really been that familiar with, you're mainly focusing on brokerage and occupiers. Is that kind of the main targets for the ILSs, or?
Yeah, so I can speak to that a little bit, and certainly if we think about the ILSs, and we have 6 now, the main user, the predominant person engaging with those websites is someone interested in leasing or renting or signing up for a membership of some real estate space. And they may be coming in just looking for office space, but for them to have a good experience, it takes the people who own and operate the space as well as the brokers who lease the space coming together to have the right information on the right page so that someone who wants to lease it or do some work from that location can find it and have a really seamless experience from identifying somewhere that they might work to actually working there.
So so that would cover office, traditional office lease, flex co-working, also multifamily?
We do have some for multifamily.
Yeah.
I generally stick on the commercial side.
Commercial side, yeah.
And then we also do have retail and industrial on those ILSs.
Is it the larger retail spaces or more specialty spaces or both?
It's funny you ask. So the whole gamut. And if we look at some really innovative retail operators in the space, Macerich is a good one that recently launched QuickSpace.
QuickSpace, yeah. It's a great story.
Fantastic story. And if we think about it, it's like helping them with that project was really important for me and felt really good to get off the ground because, while yes, they're still doing their big box leases to large retailers, what QuickSpace has enabled is the smaller tenant in retail, the entrepreneur that's trying to test out something in a specialty location in one of their malls, the ability to identify somewhere where they might open a store and lease it for a very short period of time on flexible terms and have a really seamless experience from finding the space all the way through leasing it without any friction and without being a burden on the same leasing team that is maybe trying to lease 20,000 square feet.
I can execute finding a property, finding a space all the way through execution of lease digitally, online? Is that the way it
I think that
could
we'll
work?
get there.
Yeah.
but we're getting closer and closer.
Yeah.
And while there will always be leasing teams and brokers involved in aspects of that journey, the smaller and more specialty spaces will become closer to an e-commerce purchasing decision.
I think like specialty spaces could. Yeah, I mean, the leases are fairly easy to standardize.
Yeah.
Not that much complexity to them. I always thought that would be an easy one to do. To create automatic contractual docs for that. Yeah.
And if we look at it, those ILSs that Yardi operates, those are fundamentally important to that overall shift. Because whether it is helping someone rent a desk at a WeWork for the day, or any other co-working operator, or an entrepreneur that wants to open a test shop in a mall, they can go to Google, they can search for the type of real estate that they're looking for, retail space in Atlanta, an office space in New York, and we have essentially a huge share of Google that are helping our clients, our customers, showcase their spaces that meet those search criteria, that are showing up on Google, and then allowing that entrepreneur, that person looking for space, to click in and begin their journey. See 3D tours, contact someone if they want to talk to them about the space, or even get all the way into the journey and begin the leasing process.
Now, so why did Yardi choose to, either through acquisition or through development, why do you have 6 ILSs?
I guess what better than 1 than 6, right? Well, if we think about it,
You're just curious about the differentiation.
Yeah, so they're all somewhat similar in their function, but have a little bit of a slant and specialty. So if we look at a recent acquisition, 42 Floors, they were very hyper-focused on office. So their years of spending time having office space available to search on Google has put 42 Floors in somewhat of a unique position to rank higher and show up higher on the page when someone searches for Atlanta office space. Right. So there's that component of it where we felt in some of these acquisitions they had good bones. If we think about like a renovation show, and then we put our know-how into it and help pull those up to the front page of Google. And then if we just think about the general user experience on Google, what is it, like 80% of clicks on Google are from the first page? And if we have 4 or 5 or 6 of our sites on the first page of Google, it's just a higher chance that the users that are putting information on our ILSs are going to get those clicks.
So most of it's SEO driven.
Very SEO driven, and if you have 6 separate sites, and you would like to lease some space, and you want to put a listing on those 6 sites, well, you would have to go to 6 different places to upload that information. We've built a single solution under our Commercial Edge brand where you can manage all of those listings in one place and syndicate them not only to our maybe 6 ILSs, but as well as power your own website. So if people are looking at your website, powering a specific property page for individual buildings that shows up on Google as well, and then other top listing sites. If you want to send your data to non-Yardi sites, you are more than able to, so that you have a single point of management to potentially have your space on every page of the front page of Google.
That makes sense. So that is a distinct competitive advantage right there. Let's talk, we've been reading a lot lately. I know we have about 30 seconds left. Maybe just a quick talk about the WeWork Yardi relationship.
I'm glad you asked. So as Anna had mentioned, there's this kind of convergence of traditional space and co-working space and how the average office occupier is thinking about it. So if you search for office in Atlanta, about 80% of those searches are people looking for 1 to 5 desks, which means they might look at traditional office space, but they also might look at co-working space, a private office in a WeWork. So when you make that search on any of our sites, the results are now blended to respond to that change in needs. So you see co-working options side by side with traditional lease options.
Yeah.
And you can filter to one or the other, but most users just want to see all of their options in one place, and we help them do that.
So one of the search filters would be include WeWork spaces. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I can see how that would be really helpful. It looks like we've run out of time. I still had a lot that I would have wanted to cover, but I thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
it was great having you with us. That was a great conversation.
Well,
and listen, have a great rest of the conference. I know you got to take off soon, so safe travels back to Atlanta.
So we'll just continue the conversation next year at Realcomm, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely will start keeping an eye on the ILS. Well, thank you. And
All right, guys. Great to have you here.
Thank
Day 4 for some people.
Yeah.
Golf, tours, pre-con, day 1, day 2. I'm checked out now because we're through day 2 general session, and all the stress for the most part is gone.
That's it. You're on the downslope.
Yeah, we can talk about, apples and raisins if we want today. It doesn't really matter. No, I'm teasing. Really great to have both you guys. You have been both such a critical, pivotal part of this event. The chairs, everybody so leaned in this year. I mean, ideas and contributions, we kept pushing. I need the big photos, I need this and that. You guys have just been really great, so thank you for that. Before we get into the topic at hand, which is next 12 to 18, let's talk a little bit about what have you gotten out so far? Any big themes popping up? Victor, we'll start with you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's a lot of conversations around kind of what is the next phase of digital buildings. And I think that it's extremely important for us to collectively kind of get that, the strategy going forward. So I attended a session yesterday where they're talking about like what is the siloed solutioning that was happening before, with every system had its own computer, right? You go to the control room and you see 8 computers and one for each systems, and now really making the investment to go, hey, let's integrate all of that into a single platform, and then help the.
Yeah. You're making me laugh. I mean, what you just described, the years 2004. We just got back, or we're going to Asia. We're going to Tokyo all the way through Singapore. A guy named Matt Spathis. Matt, I hope you're watching. He had Century Towers in San Diego. It was one of the highest, most iconic buildings. So we went to Asia, and we saw everything you just described, right? So he invites me to the first meeting of all the different systems guys. We're in the conference room, and they all got their own boxes, and he sits there at the front of the table, and he goes, gentlemen, I don't know if you know what is in store for you, but by the end of this journey, you're all going to have all your systems into one box, and it's going to speak IT/IP.
Yeah.
And they like all looked. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Like he had 4 heads, I'm sure.
Yeah. And it took 3 years.
Yeah.
But here's the best part. He, at that point, had one of the most digital buildings in the country, if not the world. Somebody else bought it who will go unnamed. They pulled it all out.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, I guess, to answer your question, that's absolutely one of the observations I'm making. But I think what we're doing now is setting the foundation to build more autonomous buildings, or buildings that will solve for the experience, but also for energy and the sustainability, right? And I think everyone is now on that page, and I'm super motivated, energized that that's where the industry is going.
How does it feel when you're in a room of so many smart people? I mean, seriously. I mean, I've been to a lot of events and everything, but everybody here is a leader. Everybody here is an innovator. Everybody here is a risk taker. And one guy came up to me, he goes, I found my people.
It's encouraging.
It is encouraging.
Yeah, it's certainly encouraging that this industry is starting to take a step in the right direction with respect to how we're taking technology, rolling it into our buildings, and really starting to see real outcomes.
Yeah.
You know, for so long, and I've been the loudest on this subject, for so long we've talked about it. And, you know, even today, there's still a bunch of folks still talking about it, but I think one of the biggest themes for me is seeing these strategies actually being put into motion.
Yep.
And, you know, you heard us yesterday on stage with all of our executives across the business. We're actually doing it. There's to the time.
Well, you've
for talking
achieved another
over.
level, I think, where all of your executives are aligned.
Right.
And it's, you know, usually somebody who's got ambitions like you've got and a vision like you've got, you'll get 1 or 2, and then when you leave the room, they all talk about you. And then maybe your projects go forward, maybe they don't. I think that alignment, and I think that was part of your strategy, is why you're having the success.
100%.
No pushback.
We wouldn't be able to do it, and I said it, you know, very clearly the other day. The success of the strategy that we've put in place is entirely dependent on the idea that everybody believes in it and actually buys into it.
There's no selling anymore.
There's no selling. It's if you're not, as one of my colleagues likes to say, either get on the bus or get under it. So at this point, that's where we're going.
It is such a simple concept when you look at it from a communication standpoint and organizational structure standpoint. If you don't have to go back and sell and convince, no decks, no PowerPoints, no meetings, no lunches. And that energy that you would have put in selling, you're now putting towards getting it done. And they're on the same trajectory as you are. That's the #1 lesson coming out of this conference room.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is, you know, generally speaking with this entire industry, we tend to overcomplicate things too. This isn't as difficult as everyone likes to make it out to be. It's about just getting everybody on the same page.
Well, and the Tavistock guys today, they're building a digital city, a digital district.
Right.
And the lead guys, the senior guys were talking about that's what it's all about. Not only are they not on the same page, but they're feeding each other. Right. So, I mean, maybe we'll pivot our conversation a little bit. You know, and I do want to find out what you guys are thinking the next 12 to 18 months. But if all of the people here watching this or on YouTube later, the #1 message is forget about the technology, forget about the real estate, get your organization aligned with a singular vision that pushes everybody, encourages failure and risk, not too big, but you got to take chances.
A rising tide raises all boats, to use the old cliche, right? And I think that's what we're trying to do, and that's why everybody's here. There's certain things that are absolutely competitive advantage and differentiates our space from other people's spaces, but we can't be the only ones doing it. So that's why I'm so loud, because the more that jump on board and that follow through with these strategies and actually execute and implement, the better it's going to be for all of us.
Yeah, and throughout my entire career, I always tried to put myself out of a job.
Yeah.
Because I was always wanting to move and do something different, right? Yeah. So I can't do that until I get somebody else to do what I'm doing, and that's the way you really grow. And that's what keeps it exciting.
Yeah,
you're never going to be without a job, not in this industry. We're short people.
Yeah. It's just the workforce. Everything's changing, right? People are shifting their focuses, and I think you just need to be, nimble and be open to the fact that things aren't going to be the way that they were yesterday.
Well, it's something as simple as the set and what we're doing here. I mean, this 45 minutes ago was a general session room.
Yeah.
And with the change of lights and screen and furniture, it's now Realcomm Live. In fact, one guy, I forgot, Joe Chapetta was sitting back there. He goes, Tom, is that the stage you were on yesterday?
Where'd everything go?
It's the same stage.
Yeah.
He goes, and they were sitting, right? And everything was moving, and they're like, and he goes, oh my God, it's like we're right in the middle of this transformation, this flex hybrid space that uses movable walls and technology. And that's why we did it, because we wanted to, try to teach people on what the opportunities were.
Absolutely. I think one thing that comes to mind is we need to consistently and constantly continue to question our assumptions, especially in the next area. We need to be ready to pivot. I think one thing that came to mind is you're seeing a lot more mature tenants and tenants that come with a higher level of requirements, right? And so I think this is what's building these relationships, right? Collectively, it's not only the vision of the developer, it's now in tandem the vision of the future tenant. And the maturity continues to grow. Right? I see it in my organization now. I mean, I have folks here from my team attending these conferences because this is how...
The number of teams here this year, unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But here's where we start learning what is the right vision, right? What is the right framework, and what works for our organization, and what doesn't work for our organization. So I'm excited.
And thank you for all you guys who brought teams, because it helps the community build, grow. But I do think it helps you, because then you don't have to go back and sell or teach or educate. They've
well, that's
seen
the thing.
Exactly.
It's interesting, right? When you bring in ideas, they look at you a little cockeyed. But if it's somebody else, if you point to somebody else outside of your own business, they go, okay, we need to do that. So the more our peers can convince their management boards to do the thing, it makes my life a lot easier.
And it's science. It's where are you going to put your energy, selling or executing?
Yeah.
I'd much rather have everybody on board, really synced, and then I can get things done.
Yeah.
Right? All right, we only got a minute or two. Victor, next 12 to 18 months, what's the big things LinkedIn's going to be looking at, as far as getting back into that office? And
so I think it's a couple of things here. And I need another 2 minutes.
No, we got 2 minutes.
Okay.
Mary's going to yell at me, and I'm
She's going to reset the clock? Okay, so
5 more minutes.
So one is really paying a lot of attention to the supply versus demand. Tom and I were talking about it right before coming up on stage. But how are people coming into the office, and why are they coming into the office? I don't think we have enough behavioral data to be able to even estimate what the new steady state is going to be. I think it's going to take us another 6 to 18 months.
Yep.
So that's one thing.
Study. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So pay attention, study, ask questions. Why? And then the second, kind of related to that, is what is the right size of your portfolio? What is the right solutions you have to provide to support how people are going to work in the future? And I know you're about to ask a question, but here's the last thing is the collaboration between the people coming to the office and the people that are remote. A significant number of people on LinkedIn now have decided to work remote. So now we have to think about how do we make, using technology, using smart buildings, how do we make an even playing field for everyone so that everyone can be successful?
So how does Mary bump into Bob in the hallway when Bob's working out of his house?
Right. Exactly.
We got some ideas on how that's going to happen.
Yep.
So we'll chat. Thano, next 12 to 18, what are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's still just all about execution. Right?
That's
We've
fair.
there's of course a number of innovations and things that we're pursuing, but at the end of the day, We're focused on changing the operating model. We're focused on bridging the gap between landlord and tenant so we can offer more than just an empty box to our customers across asset classes. So regardless of who our customer is, create a unique and differentiated experience and really just drive the strategy through the portfolio as fast as we can. That's what it looks like.
I don't want to be overzealous, but I honestly believe the future of the commercial and corporate real estate industry is in this room. I really do. And you two guys being next to each other is not by accident. One of the leading, most innovative corporate occupier tenants and one of the leading commercial landlords.
Thank you.
This was not a mistake. You got a relationship that, how many conferences? You go to one conference or all the corporations and you go to another commercial.
Yeah.
We've intentionally integrated the two of you because you have a relationship.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
You take space in his buildings.
That's it.
All right, Mary, sorry. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
We've asked a lot of you, and boy, you've delivered, and I can't say thank you enough. So,
No,
Thank you.
you.
Thank you for everything you do.
all right.
Twin platform for the built environment, which captures and displays sensory data from IoT devices, providing real-time insights into spaces. Secure allows for detailed information to be displayed comprehensively by offering map views of all linked devices and sensors, as well as graphs, heat maps, and even custom alerts and notifications. It monitors air quality, occupancy rates, water leaks, waste management, carbon emissions, and overall energy consumption, keeping any space in an optimal condition and supporting ESG requirements. Owners, managers, occupants, service providers, and even visitors can view all this information in real time at the click of a button on any device. Secure easily integrates with existing systems and devices, saving significant capital expenses. In-building assets can also be tracked and maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on how a building or space is being used enables the provision of inspiring and engaging facilities to its inhabitants.
The world around us moves all the time. Finance, laws, technologies, people, all of them spinning faster than ever. Billions of data points that could transform the performance of assets across the globe. If only we could harness them. If only we could bring them together. That's why Altus has set out on a journey to re-engineer the way that real estate assets are bought, sold, financed, and managed. We're connecting the data that brings real assets into sharp focus, erasing the motion blur that's holding back the industry, and transforming raw numbers into real estate intelligence on demand. With new techniques, machine learning, and alternative data sets built on solid technical foundations and across every part of the real estate value chain, we are offering new ways to learn from the data that swirls around real estate. We call this intelligence as a service. Intelligence as a service is the next step for the industry. It's the next step for Altus Group. And we want it to be the next step for you. At Altus, we're building the future. Join us.
All it takes is a single vision to spark a new reality. Visions can have a mind of their own, shifting, growing, and changing entirely. Small notions turn into big ideas, and when determination meets the right technology, those big ideas turn into absolute game changers. To the visionaries who not only see what could be, but have the courage to bring their vision to life, you are the ones driving us to the future. Adapting to today's challenges to fulfill the promise of tomorrow. And when you're equipped with the tools and technologies that bring tomorrow closer to today, just imagine what you will envision next. MRI Software. Unleash the visionary in you.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk.
Welcome back. I'm Mike Smith from Whitespace. I'm very excited today to talk to some folks from Tavistock who we've heard a lot about at the conference. I have Esg, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at Beep, which we're going to talk about today, and Juan Santos, who's the Senior Vice President, Brand Experience and Innovation at Tavistock. Did you get that right?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, not sure what he's doing here. You want to bring me another? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So.
Yeah, we're going to start again?
Okay.
So sorry.
Okay.
Are you zeroing my clock out?
Very sorry about that.
No worries.
No problem.
1, 2.
Okay, we're gonna go again. 1, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome back to Realcomm Live. Very excited today to talk to some folks from Tavistock who we've heard a lot about at the conference. Today we have Esg, who's the Chief Marketing Officer at Beep, and Juan Santos, who's the Senior Vice President, Brand Experience and Innovation. Welcome, guys.
Thank you very much.
for having us.
So we had a really good general session this morning talking about all the wonderful things that you're doing at Lake Nona. And one of the things that Juan, you started talking about today was the autonomous shuttle program that you've put together. I'm really interested to talk about kind of the vision that Tavistock had, and one of the things you said was how fast it came to be, kind of from concept. Can you kind of walk us through that journey?
Definitely. So I think strategically, we knew we wanted to have a way for people to move about in Lake Nona, right? We have people arrive in Lake Nona, we have visitors, we have tenants, we have people that live there. We wanted them to forget that they have a car, right? We wanted them to just be able to go anywhere seamlessly with no friction. We make a lot of effort in trying to remove friction in the different pieces that we do. And what we did is we knew that we had to have electrical mobility that was efficient, and it became clear to us that autonomous was the way to go because it offered that opportunity. Not immediately, but that the future would actually bring that opportunity. We were actually talking to a group of serial entrepreneurs about something completely different. Right? We were talking about a different project that they were interested in doing, and they'll still do, hopefully in Lake Nona. And in that conversation, we started talking about cars. We started talking about electric cars, and then the conversation turned to autonomous, and they mentioned that that was an area, the management of autonomous fleets and the management of the intelligence, that they were super interested in. That was a conversation that happened in a conference room in Tavistock about a different topic. 11 months later, we had the first autonomous shuttle from Beep roll from a hotel area in front of a kindergarten, through neighborhoods, through traffic lights, and stop at a restaurant. So it was the first case where an autonomous shuttle was able to actually use a regular unprotected street in the United States. And that allowed Beep to leapfrog. There were tons of people doing autonomous, right? We had people, but they were basically an autonomous shuttle going around the track in the middle of nowhere, or very protected situations. And that was done because we were able to remove a lot of the obstacles. We're an owner-operator, so the way that it works for us in Lake Nona is we own a lot of the different entities that are there. So both stops for Beep, for example, happen in 2 of our properties. So you only had one company to deal with, and of course the Department of Transportation and the National Highway Transit Safety Authority, NHTSA, from a regulatory perspective. But that was that, and it was because you had some super forward-looking people at Beep that had a clear idea. They understood the space really well, and we had an environment where they could work that had no friction for the company to happen to deliver that autonomy. And today we've moved 100,000 people. It's probably one of the largest, if not the largest and longest-running autonomous shuttle operation in the United States. So it's been a remarkable journey for us as Tavistock, seeing Beep be born and now be a part of the community. And like I keep telling them, I want us to be their smallest customer, right? This is a launch pad for the company, and they're already in a wide variety of places.
So, Raquel, was Beep grown out of this vision? Was it created out of this vision and this partnership with Tavistock? Tell us a little more about how that came to be and
Yeah, quite frankly, I think one of the reasons that one of the reasons that we have been so successful in Lake Nona from concept to actual implementation is because we have amazing partners like Tavistock. You don't find many communities out there that have the ability to say, okay, let's put a stop right over there. We contact Tavistock, and having that alignment across the board helps us to expedite the process to put a new stop in a new location. You know, one of the reasons that we made a strategic decision to locate in Lake Nona, you know, Juan always jokes, we hope they're their smallest customer, but our best customer, right? But every single route that we've done in Lake Nona has allowed us to be that launching pad because we've tested it in such an innovative community where we have multiple use cases for this technology that still, quite frankly, need to be tested and enhanced in types of use cases that we have throughout the community. Yep. But the community of Lake Nona, not just what is there, but who is there, quite frankly, has allowed us to grow beyond Lake Nona throughout the state of Florida to Georgia and Arizona, and even in some amazing places like Yellowstone National Park. So,
you know, I'm always curious, being a technology person, the technology around the shuttles themselves. Are there sensors on the road? Like, how are they communicating, or what are they communicating with as they move throughout Lake Nona?
Sure. So when you look at what is Beep, who are we, what do we do, and how do we work with Tavistock? So we're full turnkey for communities. So one of the things that we provide for Lake Nona and communities across the country is ability to say, what are some of your challenges? What are some of those frictions that you have within your community? And then we look at the available technology and shuttles today that are on market, and then look at the environments in which are prime for this implementation, and we match those perfectly, right? And then as the technology continues to advance and enhance, we look at increasing where we can put those vehicles in the community. So when you look at what does it require, it's everything as well beyond the vehicle itself. I always, you know, our CTO, our Chief Technology Officer says, it's an autonomous vehicle, what could go wrong, right? We realize that there's a lot more that goes into implementing these types of autonomous solutions beyond the vehicle. And quite frankly, it's also not only that customer relation, but that regulatory relationship as well. But the technology itself, it's the vehicle platforms we have today, the AV platforms, everything is pretty much self-contained to the vehicle itself. So you don't need sensors in the ground to enable these vehicles to move, but you also do need partners who are willing to invest in time, right, to say, how do we continue to push the envelope in testing these technologies?
And I believe in Lake Nona, you have dedicated lanes for the shuttles, but that's not, you don't have to do that, right? That's
and we didn't start that way, and we don't have a fully dedicated lane environment. So the way we started with autonomous shuttles sharing traffic on a regular lane. Part of the learnings that we had was that people like to go at the speed limit, and sometimes they like to go a little bit faster than the speed limit. So, and they get a little bit frustrated with a vehicle that complies with every regulation, right? It stops,
the best drivers in the community, right?
Right, exactly. They're the safest. They're the safest, and they're the best drivers in the community. So we first implemented a couple of places where the vehicle would move to the side and allow people to pass. And then as we grow the community, we have a combination of dedicated lanes, regular shared space lanes, and we will have in the future an environment where we're actually going to be merging autonomous shuttle traffic with electrically propelled low-speed conveyances, like electric bicycles and scooters. So we will always be testing those use cases where you actually have shared usage. We're big proponents of utilizing existing infrastructure, and Beep has been able to deliver on that because we didn't want to build a separate network for the vehicles to operate.
And I know the size of Lake Nona, but how long is the longest route that the shuttles are currently taking?
Sure. So when you look at the typical average of what is our route, you have 8 linear miles of AV path and AV routes within the Lake Nona community. We've tested 5 routes already to date. So as Juan mentioned, largest and longest AV network in the entire country at one location. So you won't find a community in the entire world, quite frankly, that has tested that many routes in real-world environments, supported by a shuttle AV fleet of 8 to 10 vehicles. I mean, that is a very large concentration. But quite frankly, it's because of our partnership with Tavistock where we've been able to say, how do we continue to grow this? So as you grow, we grow alongside with you. And then as the technology advances and the technology capabilities of these platforms and the software developing that we're developing, how do we continue to push again that envelope and put them in newer places, quite frankly, that are just being developed as well within Lake
And I think that's part of the mix is Beep sits in our strategic plan sessions, right? So they know well in advance what's coming. They actually help inform what comes way in advance. So that actually has an input both on the selection of vehicles, on technology selections, and it also helps us create a better environment from a mobility perspective for our residents, for our tenants and for our visitors.
So we have about a minute left, but I'm kind of curious, what's next? Are you expanding routes? You're so close to the airport, which I think is amazing. Like, are you driving to the airport? Like, can you give us some insight of kind of what's the future to come?
Sure. So if the last 3 years are any indication of what the next 5 years are going to be, I think the possibilities really are endless, right? But it's really about looking back at those 3 years and learning from what we've been able to acquire from our every mile that we acquire, and every mile that we test within Lake Nona and around the country, building that next generation platform. And again, that ability to build software to do continuous monitoring of the vehicle, that's how you're really going to advance the technology, right? And ensuring that you're doing it safely, right?
Yeah.
Because what good are innovations if you're not actually solving a problem, releasing some of that friction that Juan was talking about within communities? So if I look at the next 2 years, even in our roadmap, we're working with a number of suppliers, AV suppliers out there, and also tier 1 automotive suppliers to help really create that next generation vehicle that will allow us to continue serving even broader areas and use cases than what we're serving today.
Well, thank you. So we're out of time. I appreciate both of you talking, and I look forward to coming out to Lake Nona to hop on the ride and take a route through the neighborhood.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
In this data-driven era, high-performing cars and buildings need an open and standard way to express key performance indicators. For your projects, you are the driver, and Niagara is the engine. This is where you start your journey.
Ready to reconceive, reshape, renew, and rebuild? We're talking buildings of the future. It's the perfect time to renew our living ecosystems to be smarter, safer, sustainable. Retrofit with the hardware, software, and services that create real resilience. Redesign with more digital, more electric, and more efficiency. Retool so they revise, react, and respond to our needs. Life is on.
Commercial real estate is changing, and Yardi has the right technology to power your strategy. Turn vacancy back into revenue with Yardi Cube, the award-winning solution that helps build a thriving co-working community. Improve energy operations with Yardi Pulse, the energy performance platform that helps you operate your buildings from anywhere. Drive asset performance with Yardi Elevate, the technology suite that connects every aspect of real estate operations. Yardi, energized.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Commercial real estate investment is complex and difficult to manage. DealPath makes it easy to focus on what matters. You can easily share documents with internal and external partners, with customizable access settings so people only see what's appropriate. DealPath organizes all your deal information, files, and communications in one place. DealPath's powerful reporting tools allow you to quickly analyze deals across your pipeline, so you can mitigate risks and execute flawlessly. DealPath. This is smart deal management.
Well, Darren, very nice having you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Victor Sanchez. I'm with LinkedIn. I lead the global design and build team. And Darren is with Comfy and Lighted, a Siemens company.
Yep.
Darren, why don't you tell us, let's start by telling us what role you play at Comfy and Lighted, and then also a little bit of how you got there.
Sure. No, glad to. So my role at Comfy and Lighted, I'm market development and channel development for our IoT side. And my background had come from actually the home appliance industry, most recently from Samsung, where we had to take on a similar initiative in terms of building up the channel to really align our product to make sure that it was being sold through the proper channel successfully. And that's really, we've had a significant amount of success at Comfy and Lighted in terms of getting our brand in with the end users, and now we're wanting to make sure that we have the proper support structure for our channel partners as well.
Cool, awesome. Well, thanks.
Yeah.
And thank you for being here, by the way.
Yep.
Okay, so how do you see the role of the IoT smart buildings changing currently?
Well, the trend for the past several years has been buildings have been wanting to have a deeper understanding of exactly how that space is being utilized and how the energy is being consumed. And really, with the last 2 years in particular, we've seen the need for that data shift even more as we've adapted to the hybrid work environment. And now if you're a company, you're now looking at how do we balance long-term leasing commitments versus what the new reality that's going to be some level of work from home. You know, what it happens to be, we don't know, but powerful decisions need to be made with the data we're able to provide to address this new workplace.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, we're seeing that at LinkedIn as well, right?
Yeah.
We're having exactly the same conversation. And you hear me kind of talk about that earlier, the previous conversation with Jim and Tano. But I think that's exactly what's happening. Is this new kind of the new behaviors, right? People working, to your point, working remotely and also working from the office. I think, I feel that a lot more executives would start asking the question around like, okay, what's the value then? What are we getting? And how do you answer that question?
Well, what I think is interesting is we're actually being sought out by many of these executives to have that exact conversation. And it's in no small part due to the fact that most companies are already evaluating their carbon contributions. And then when you overlay that with the fact that so many publicly traded companies have now announced a goal of being carbon neutral by 2030, they need that data, not only to control it, but to also effectively deliver the message that we're going to get to carbon neutral, here's how we're going to do it, here's when we did it. So we're seeing a lot of interest out of the C-suite in particular, because they've made public commitments that we can assist with.
Yeah, no, and I would agree with that 100%, because we're seeing the same thing, right? We made the same commitment by 2030, carbon negative, carbon negative, waste neutral, and water positive. I mean, how do we get there, right? And I think it's interesting. So what kind of technologies are you seeing out there right now that can conclusively help us solve for this?
Well, I mean, we believe any building that's outfitted with a wide array of sensors can make a significant impact towards sustainability goals. Really for us, Enlighted is essentially a sensor that's integrated into a lighting fixture in the form of a lighting control. So right now of the gate, we view it as we can have a significant impact on your energy savings purely by taking occupancy data and feeding it back into parameter-controlled software to have an immediate impact on light usage. Where we're seeing it get used even more, though, is the fact that that same sensor is also collecting motion, temperature, ambient light, energy usage. And we're collecting it 65 times a second. So as we feed that back into the building's BI system, API, or even using our own dashboards, we're able to provide time series data with predictive analytics to help companies like LinkedIn make these decisions. So, I mean, to answer your question, we think there's a huge role for technology to achieve those sustainability goals.
That is fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating how you're thinking about bringing all of this stuff, integrating with many different technologies and platforms, right, to give us the right data at the right time as well, I'm assuming.
Well, and I mean, just to add one other point, I was thinking back, you were making a comment on one of your last interviews about what you're looking at 18 months down the road in terms of how is LinkedIn going to adapt to what the new work environment is going to be. And as we see Comfy move to more of an employee-facing app with reservation systems and being able to schedule out who's going to be in the office when, and actually take that data over time and make the proper adjustments to either design a proper layout or even right-size the portfolio, or something as simple as just making sure the heating and cooling is in line with that in a predictive manner. There's even more opportunities.
Yeah, I agreed. So Darren, can you share with us an example of an implementation you guys have done where they are actually leveraging the technology the right way?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we were founded in 2009, and we have thousands of installations across the world. So, one of the ones we bring up quite a bit is Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. They've been working with us for quite some time, and they've been able to achieve up to 80% savings across several years by using our Enlighted technology, and have become a huge evangelists for our technology. They've been absolutely fantastic. And in turn, NIH and Menlo Business Park in the UK achieved similar results as well. And as we started to really publicize that, we've seen it evolve even more, and even in the last 12 months with Community College of Allegheny County in Western PA and University of Birmingham, they reached out to us to seek those same kinds of results, but then they also wanted to be able to bring in a health and safety message to their students and faculty during the pandemic era. And we've even watched them now take the data that we're providing to present a real green strategy to their students, because the students care about this, customers care about this. So, we've seen plenty of examples. Those are education, but a lot of great examples on that.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic, and I think that's critical. It's critical for us to start kind of investing in the education because that's the future, right? Yeah. That's the future, giving students access to that, and then the experience of going through it. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I'm very excited and energized about being here with these people, right? Because we're essentially creating the future, what buildings should do. Sure. Thank you for sharing that example on kind of the more public sector. How about the private?
Private sector. I use those examples because those are very public. We work with many Fortune 100 companies that are using our services, and really, I believe I read the stat that 47% of publicly traded companies are now providing ESG reporting back during shareholder meetings. It's a very easy to draw a straight line on the need to not only show improvement, to be able to effectively communicate those improvements back to shareholders. And again, much like the example I used with Community College of Allegheny County, their customers are becoming more involved and engaged in, what is your sustainability message? What are you doing to achieve it? And again, we're able to work with these private companies and not only help them achieve it, but to deliver that message effectively.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Thank you. And by the way, I just want to share that that is 100% the case at LinkedIn and at Microsoft as well, right? Kind of how do we report our goals, our progress towards sustainability, and constantly tracking that, right? It's not only like, hey, we're going to make a commitment to get there, but constantly tracking, like, how is everything we're doing helping us to get there?
Without a doubt.
Or in some cases, they're like, nah. Like you make something, it's like, oh, it's going in the opposite direction, right?
And that's often the case, but the silver lining on that is the data is there to show you both that whether it's happening or not happening, but then also gives you the tools to make the corrections. And that's imperative. The fact of the matter is you can't achieve success without, if the failures come, that's fine, course correct, fix it, and we give the data to provide. We provide the data to do that.
And that's exactly what we need, right? Data, right information to pivot when necessary. So we only have 50 seconds left.
Okay.
And take that time to kind of tell us how you see the future of IoT and smart buildings. Where are we going?
That's always a fun question because it's fun to say I don't know, but I say that with tongue in cheek because the future is bright. But I like to use examples on why I say I don't know, and then to show some real specific examples on where we think it's going. Many companies began to work with us because they wanted to hit sustainability goals and reduce energy consumption, and that was mostly via lighting. Since then, most of those companies have now come back to us and asked for the same data to help them impact their HVAC spend, and we've seen them achieve up to 35% additional savings above and beyond what they were able to realize before. And then, as we start to see the higher demand for asset tracking and real-time location services, which we are also able to offer, to answer your question, the future is going to evolve, but the data needed to utilize to make these plans, we don't anticipate changing too much. And so, the reason I laugh at the beginning of that is every week I come in on a call and I hear some new use case that a university, a publicly traded company, a medical center wants to use us for that we hadn't even considered yet, but after we look at how they want to integrate into their API, yes, we can help solve for that. So the future is very bright.
Awesome. Well, Darren, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Yeah, Victor, pleasure. Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have to wait. Got to report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, I'm Rao Mulpuri, and along with my colleagues, over the last 12 years, we've been building View to transform the day-to-day window. The smart window controls heat and glare, eliminates blinds and shades, and provides view and natural light all the time. Because we have a highly connected system, we're able to bring a whole host of smart building applications. For example, this video you're watching is coming to you through the View Smart Display, which is a high-definition display that's installed right into the window. Also on this platform, we have a sensor array that has a number of environmental sensors, and these can be used in order to control the environment precisely for the health and wellness of the people. These new applications transform buildings into living spaces that help us engage, interact, and communicate with each other. The buildings will be transformed into high-speed 5G cell towers with complete wireless coverage. Now that the blinds are lifted, these humanized spaces will keep us entertained while keeping us connected to natural light and views of the outdoors. And we're just getting started.
Introducing Secure, a digital twin platform for the built environment, which captures and displays sensory data from IoT devices, providing real-time insights into spaces. Secure allows for detailed information to be displayed comprehensively by offering map views of all linked devices and sensors, as well as graphs, heat maps, and even custom alerts and notifications. It monitors air quality, occupancy rates, water leaks, waste management, carbon emissions, and overall energy consumption, keeping any space in an optimal condition and supporting ESG requirements. Owners, managers, occupants, service providers, and even visitors can view all this information in real time at the click of a button on any device. Secure easily integrates with existing systems and devices, saving significant capital expenses. In-building assets can also be tracked and maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on...
And we're back. Thank you for joining us. Sitting with me here today is Andrea Curley, the Director of East Coast for Yardi Systems. Hi, Andrea.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's great to meet you. So this is your first Realcomm.
It is.
Not been to Realcomm before. So what are your impressions so far?
It's really great. It's great to see so many people out and about. I really like seeing all the CIOs and clients we do business with and seeing how their business is adapting and meeting the industry leaders and seeing consistent themes and how Yardi can hopefully provide value in some of the business challenges that they're facing in this post-pandemic world.
Yeah, so you've been with Yardi about 6 years, I think you said?
I have.
Yeah.
I have. Next month, it'll be my 6-year anniversary.
Great.
And my team manages the relationship management and business development component for the East Coast large commercial client base.
Okay, all right. And were you in the industry before Yardi?
I was not.
Okay.
So I've always been in software space, but mostly on the financial services side.
Okay.
And so the real estate industry really interested me. And one of my former colleagues had come over and said, Yardi would be a really good fit for you.
Yeah.
And the rest is history.
And the rest is history,
yeah, that's
right?
That's right.
Well, Yardi has been a partner and just a wonderful supporter for years. I think they were with us from the very beginning, and of course, as you've heard, this is our 24th year.
Yes, congratulations.
And we celebrate the big 25 next year, so that's going to be exciting.
Yes, I hope to be there.
Yeah, I hope you are as well. Yardi has been, like I said, such a supporter and has offered the real estate industry so many great services and solutions. And one of those, I know that there's such a breadth, such a scope of services from your organization, but yes. for this particular conversation, let's talk about the asset management solution that you have. So what is it that Yardi does in that space, and how is it maybe a little bit different from some of the competitors that also focus on asset management?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think one of the things that we have really been analyzing for years at Yardi is how do we provide operational efficiency to our asset manager and the asset management team within our client base. And what we were finding is that a lot of these asset managers were utilizing disparate systems or manual processes or Excel for communication, not even within their own teams, but across the company.
The most popular solution or the most popular platform is Excel.
Everyone loves Excel because it can do whatever you want, but it doesn't particularly connect well in an automated and efficient way. And so, what the problem that we were really trying to solve for was how can these asset managers get real-time access to their data in a consumable format, which allows them to make accurate decisions within their company, and then how do those decisions get shared within the company and the framework? And so we developed an operational platform called Elevate, dedicated to asset managers, which really focuses on construction, budgeting and forecasting, and leasing and facilities. And it's been a big success, and we have hundreds of clients that utilize the platform based on those different silos that I provided. But the real goal, and because we started off as an ERP focusing on accounting and property management, was to connect those asset managers in an automated way to the functionality that has been in existence for a long time on the back office side from accounting and property management. And we really feel that that connection between the asset management suite and the already existing accounting solution creates the real estate life cycle and is a differentiator within the marketplace for us.
Well, it's even more important now that that data be used constructively and efficiently, particularly around the accounting side, the budgeting and forecasting side, because that is challenging in and of itself these days in trying to put together parameters and budgets and really a scope of work for the foreseeable future. So all of that is critically important.
Yeah, 100%. And I think what we were seeing prior to the adoption of this suite is that they were really functioning in silos. And now there's a lot more collaboration and communication and efficiency that's brought by having an automated tool. And so, you know, getting folks to utilize, and there's a change management component and an adoption piece to it. But it's been really successful, and it's nice to see the asset managers, you know, utilizing the tool and it benefiting the entire organization as a whole.
Well, what are you hearing from your clients about the ESG initiative? That's very top of mind now across, you know, not just real estate sector, but across many different industries that, you know, environmental, social, and governance standpoint, and how corporations are approaching that, and really making corporate policy around ESG. So talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, I can even see just on the vendors that are here, energy is a very hot topic these days. And I think for Yardi, our philosophy on energy has been in existence for years, and our client initiatives and their focus on energy has also been a focus. But I think we're seeing energy becoming of the utmost importance and almost a critical component of the overall initiatives that our clients are trying to focus on. And because of that, we're seeing clients have teams that are dedicated to the energy space, and new heads of directors of sustainability are being brought on to really focus on what they're going to do regarding energy. And so Yardi has a dedicated energy suite on the commercial side. It's called Pulse. And we have had many conversations here, and we continue to have, on how we can help our clients make their buildings more energy efficient and reduce their energy footprint, you know, for the environment. And so we have tools such as fault detection and meter insights and utility expense management and utility expense billing, and really gathering the data around energy so you can make, again, informed decisions on how to make your buildings more efficient and reduce your carbon footprint at the same time. And so I think, you know, as clients continue to focus on energy, we are having dedicated energy sessions to make sure that they're aware of the tools and suite that we offer specific to energy.
Right, that is a very big topic. Well, the transformation of office currently, energy has been a big conversation, and of course with occupancy rates not being as high as a lot of the building owners would like, them, you know, being really less than 50%, sometimes, you know, 30 to 40% occupied. How is that transformation back to work? How is that, you know, really playing out, and in particular with co-working and flex space?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you heard Anna Yardi speak to it in the general session yesterday, that in a post-pandemic world, you know, people and our clients are really looking at how tenants are utilizing their buildings and in what capacity. And I would say that I don't think we have it all figured out yet. I think it's an evolving situation, but I think one of the things that we're really looking at are how are our clients transforming their business to make sure that their spaces are occupied. And a lot of our clients are going through these initiatives to look at, you know, do we repurpose our space? That's happening. So, you know, a client of mine recently took an old office building and converted it into a life science building because the space that building was in, that's where the community is focused right now.
Right.
We have other clients that are doing live, work, play buildings, in that, you know, you live in the building, you can work in the building, and then at night you can go for dinner in the building, and you never have to leave the building if you don't want to. And so our technology is really a tool to make sure that all of these options for these transformations of these spaces are available. And I would say co-working and flex space is certainly more of interest to our clients than ever. I have one client that is the largest office landlord in New York City, and each one, they have about 25 million square feet, and each one of their buildings is going to have a floor dedicated to flex and co-working space, and they're going to be
Interesting.
Looking at booking space for amenities, for conference rooms, for a gym, and that's going to be something that our solution offers them to be able to do. Another one of my clients, which is really interesting, they have office space all over the country, and if you're headquartered as a tenant in one of their buildings, as an example in New York, but you travel to California and you happen to be near their building, you can as long as you register, you can go into that building in California and use their flex space just because you're a tenant within that organization's framework. And we provide flexibility and usage for that. And so I think as things evolved, we have an offering called Cube, which is really dedicated to our co-working and flex space. And it allows our clients to brand an application dedicated to the leasing of that space. I think traditionally, our clients have had longer term leases with standard occupancy rates, but to your point, things are changing and adapting, and we have to change and adapt with it. And I think our solution in the co-working space is going to provide another offering, an additional offering, to make sure that if there is occupancy openings, that this flex space is an option. And so you can use the member branding application to book a room, to secure space, and then the billing all goes through our system as well. And so it's a growing area for us, and hopefully next year we can kind of have an additional conversation as to where it is, because I think it's going to really evolve in the next 12 months and we'll have a lot more information. But I do think it's a growth area for us and for our clients.
I think it is. I think things are changing, changing very rapidly, and we're just trying to get our arms around what it looks like. So. Well, it was a pleasure having you. It was nice to meet you. I hope that you'll come back and talk to us next year
Anytime
at Realcomm.
You'll have me. I'd be glad.
So great. Well, Andrea, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Real Foundations.
AppSpace is the easiest way to engage with your team, no matter where they work. People and places have always been the foundation of a company's culture. These days, employee engagement is more important than ever. AppSpace helps deliver a single, unified voice across multiple devices and your technology investments. Share announcements, reminders, and other information that keeps employees informed whether they're at home, in the office, or on the go. Create a safe and efficient environment for your hybrid workplace. employees and visitors can check in and reserve available desks, rooms, and even parking spaces. Reach every employee through AppSpace's integration with enterprise messaging tools like Microsoft Teams, WebEx Teams, and Slack, and track engagement through simple analytics and dashboards. See how many of the world's leading brands use AppSpace to power their hybrid workplace cultures. Enjoy simple team communications and space management solutions, all within one easy-to-use platform. Try for free at appspace.com.
The environment where we work
And we're
should
back.
be a
Thank you for joining us. Here with me right now is Hqos Martin with Charlton Morris. Hi, Hqos.
Hi.
You are the business manager, smart buildings for Charlton Morris, and this is your first Realcomm. We're getting a lot of new attendees that have never been to the conference before. So this is your first Realcomm, right?
This is my first.
Okay.
I was due to be at the Scottsdale one in November, but unfortunately, due to travel restrictions, couldn't make it.
Right.
So I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy that you are here. I've had the pleasure of talking with you on the phone a couple of times, and this is going to be a really exciting interview and conversation for me because it's really going to center on and focus on some aspects of a critical component of the industry right now, and that is around talent. So your company, and if you would give us a little background about Charlton Morris and what your company does, but it's an end-to-end talent solutions provider. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure. So we are based in the UK, but we're a global executive search and talent solutions provider.
Mm-hmm.
So a portion of the business is recruitment, from contract, full-time hires. You've got RPOs, so larger solutions for clients, larger organizations. And then you've got the advisory group, which can help either startups or new parts of the business assess either new markets, new penetration into new markets, salary benchmarking. We're looking at moving into the M&A market because we sit in such a fantastic position within the space. And we want to get out of we wanted, ever since COVID, to get out of just being a recruitment provider, because as a business, how we're set up, we've got a fantastic marketing team and resources. We can offer far greater value to clients who really need it, as opposed to just being a recruiter.
Okay, all right. And from your perspective, where is the industry? And we've talked a lot about the talent shortage and what is going on there. It's very difficult to find talent. Right now, employees are really in the driver's seat with what they want, what they need, the balance of work and life, and they like working from home. So COVID really started a trend and created this dynamic where companies that really weren't comfortable with hybrid work was they were really forced into that. From an industry, from your perspective, where is the industry with that, and where are the pain points? What are the biggest challenges?
I think the biggest challenges as an industry, when we're partnering with organizations which aren't able to either change the way they're structured in terms of working from home or having the flexibility to work from home or changing the benefits, are really struggling, as you've mentioned. As we know, we're in the middle of a talent war, even with the whispers of a potential recession. Talent is in dire need. There's two caveats here. We've got the long term, which is, ever since I joined in the commercial real estate, we've always had limited talent pools. It could be anything from sales, operations, engineering, product.
So that's really nothing new?
It's nothing new.
Okay.
The growing area is that due to the C-suite and executive leadership teams at the big commercial real estate owners, they're making decisions, which means that investments coming in, startups are growing, people are able to grow in revenue, and ultimately, to continue their growth, they need talent. So as a shortage standpoint, it's been short ever since I joined the space. The key element here is that a lot of organizations are growing. You walk around this room, every organization is either hiring or someone within their organization is hiring, and it's a major talking point. I think from a talent standpoint, we need to think about how, not necessarily finding talent, because on the long term, yes, we need to find talent, and that comes from many other caveats which we can go into. Short term, individuals, organizations need talent. The point that we work with clients on is not necessarily finding talent, because for us, that's the easy part. There is talent. It's a depleted workforce. I get that. We get that. But we can find the talent. The key elements that we work with our clients on is acquiring, or first of all, attracting and acquiring the talent. Ultimately, these organizations that's so competitive, individuals who are not susceptible to making a move, we need to think about what we can do, think outside the box, use different solutions, improve employer branding for our clients, which will then look to move the needle back in their favor as opposed to their competitors. And I think that for us as an organization, and when I'm speaking with our current vendors here, that's one of the most critical points that we're trying to get across.
Right. It's not, what I have noticed is it's not so much about the skill set. It's not so much about the talent experience, the background, but what I've heard from those that I have talked with, it's a culture. It's the emphasis on the employee as a person, the personification of the company. What kind of personality does the company have? What and kind of selling the company, but not from a standpoint of do you have the criteria and the skill set to really fit here? But are you a good fit? From a personality standpoint, from a from a holistic sort of perspective. Is that pretty fair to say?
Very fair. I mean, it's not a terminology we as a business like to use a lot, but to be completely candid, candidates are the product. And if you're not marketing as an organization, the best way in terms of how you as a business are differentiating yourself to your competitors from a culture standpoint, then you will lose the war on talent. We've seen it as an organization. We do polls on LinkedIn, on Nexus Labs. The key driving force for individuals looking for a move is culture. So you really need to emphasize that when you're looking to acquire the talent. And that's what we do with some of our partners, and it works incredibly well. If you think about the term job descriptions, we want to get rid of that, or at least I believe we want to eradicate job descriptions and move back into job adverts. How are you advertising your business as a future home for that individual? Not a 2-year fix, a 5-10-year fix. What are the benefits like? What is the culture like? Let's get individuals who are in the business really showcasing on LinkedIn, on other platforms, what it's like to work for that organization. As you know, we're doing a deeper dive on this at 3:15, but one of the terms which I want to get across at 3:15 is that we need to rally the troops. The internal individuals already in the business play such a pivotal part on acquiring, attracting talent.
Right. Well, and one of the problems that I think we've seen pretty consistently is the 12 to 18 month stint, at this job, and then they, a candidate will or employee will jump to another company and they'll stay there for maybe 1 to 2 years, and then they'll jump to another company and they'll stay there for maybe 2 years, and it seems to be a trend. A lot of the resumes that we see are what we call job hoppers. Yes. So there's got to be a problem there. There is a problem there.
There is a problem there. Organizations, when we first started, or at least when I joined the business, if a candidate that we was going to introduce to a client had 2 or 3 changes in 10 years, then it was like a big red flag.
Exactly.
Now, if they've stayed within an organization for 18, 24 months, because of the dire need for talent, they're happy with that. But again, it comes down to attracting and acquiring talent. The individuals who are open to new opportunities, there's a stat on LinkedIn which is around 25% are open to new opportunities, 45% are susceptible to the idea of looking for a new career move, or at least if you reach out, they're happy to have that conversation. And then the rest are individuals which are just not going to move. If you can get your attraction and also acquisition right through different elements of employer branding, then we can really look to drive the 45%, get in touch with those individuals, really showcase what it's like to work for the business, and they are the best candidates. They're the individuals that are not looking for a move, but they're always not looking for a move, but maybe it's a really unique outreach. We've got so many different tools as an organization. I'm sure there's lots of different other talent vendors which are doing the same thing. And we're having great success because it's unique. Candidates, as the product, appreciate the uniqueness of the reach out, and it means we're working with very strong candidates as opposed to that initial 25% who are open to new opportunities. And I guess one of the key factors of that is potentially money. And you don't necessarily want to work with individuals or bring individuals into your organization if it's just for money, because again, there's you've not done the buying and selling into the organization correctly, and they may be susceptible to leaving in 12 to 18 months' time.
Okay. Well, it is a timely conversation, and I think there's a lot to be said for really getting your arms around what that looks like and how to put your best foot forward and really, to your point, the employee or the employer branding aspect of that. Well, anybody that's listening here in the here around the Realcomm Live stage, the session that Louis referred to earlier is at 3:15 this afternoon, and please come and join us. I think it's a fascinating conversation, and like I said, it's very timely. So it was great chatting with you, and I hope that you'll come back next year and maybe we can have another conversation and see if we've moved the needle.
Hope so, yeah. We'll be back. Thanks
well,
for
great,
the opportunity.
great. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
And that concludes this interview, and we will be back in just a few minutes.
Operating system for commercial office buildings that connects employees to the communities in and around their building by empowering them with tools to control their workday. We live in a world where experience drives behavior. The better the experience your tenants have, the more likely you are to retain them while attracting new tenants. With the Tenant App, you can simplify a tenant's day with 24/7 on-demand access to programming, amenities, and retail. Everything from accessing a building, booking a conference room, to ordering lunch in one easy-to-use app. Think of it as a universal remote for the building. Owners and property teams benefit too. The Hqos Marketplace is designed to reduce complexity when implementing new technologies. Whether your asset and property teams need a new visitor management software or help finding local yoga classes to offer their tenants, they can use the marketplace to help save time on procurement and accelerate innovation within their buildings. Finally, Hqos allows your team to use data to make critical decisions across your portfolio and differentiate your assets. Working behind the scenes, the Digital Grid is an analytics offering designed to capture data on the technologies, amenities, people, and spaces in your building. We created the Digital Grid to help you organize your portfolio data and plug into an established network of interconnected data.
I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I am pleased to be here with Todd Reckenbach, General Manager, Render Impact by SPI, and Hanan Averbach, EVP of the Americas for PrimeView Global. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, really glad to have you both with us. Jim and I have been evangelizing about large format digital media for literally the last 20 years. And you guys, what you've brought to the conference really exemplifies a lot of what we've been talking about. I mean, from the early work in Asia, Kuala Lumpur, Tokyo, from Adrian Velichescu at Standard Vision, some of the mind-bending displays that we've seen, like at Starfield COEX Mall, you know, by District, and Rafiq Anadol's great work. Guys, take a minute. Tell us just a little bit about yourselves and your respective companies and your journeys in this fascinating digital media art form.
Sure. I'm Todd Reckenbach from Render Impact. I've been with Render Impact about 15 years. I manage most of the operation there. Our company has grown significantly over those 15 years. Our early days started creating content for a lot of the smaller digital displays, regular digital signage as you would know it, and has grown to this point with the explosion of LED displays, its flexibility, its capabilities, and the demand for experiences and creating experiences in public spaces and other environments. Mm-hmm. Our team has grown. We've adopted new technologies to be able to meet the demand that our clients are bringing to us to essentially create anything they can dream up. When you combine LED display technology and content as it relates to, you know, impactful content, the sky's the limit, and that's what we're seeing. People are coming to us almost daily with a dream, with a vision of making a space into truly an immersive environment for people to truly just sort of experience this and see something they wouldn't see in everyday life.
Very good. Very good. Now, where are you located?
Allentown, Pennsylvania.
Allentown?
We've got designers basically all over the country and a few in other countries as well. But our headquarters is Allentown, Pennsylvania.
And how long have you guys been in business?
15 years.
15 years.
Yep.
Okay. Good, good. Hanan.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of a different journey. I actually grew up in the real estate world. My father was a hotelier in the South Beach before it was cool, you know, at the time where most people didn't even want to be there. So I actually grew up in the real estate industry, worked in the construction development side with my family, and then in the latter years also involved in retail. And actually once I got married, I got involved in the tech business through my father-in-law's investments and whatnot. And this company I work for now, which is PrimeView, was actually born out of the military, like most Israeli tech companies. So today, Global HQ is still right outside of Tel Aviv, an area called Petach Tikva.
Oh, I know.
And yeah, and my CEO being former Navy SEAL, Israeli Navy SEAL, and CTO being a former Israeli Air Force, naturally we got involved first in control room applications, large-scale visualizations. And what happened was we did that globally, and now we're, you know, over 30 years old now. And as we were evolving, about 16 years ago, we opened up an office in New York City, right outside of Times Square. And then later after that, we got involved in LA and recently in South Florida, also showroom experience centers. And what happened was in 2013, we got our big break, so to speak. And we did a fairly large project in Bristol, Connecticut, in an area I never heard of until I went there, for ESPN SportsCenter, which was a $175 million studio for our company.
Huge.
Huge, and completely changed the trajectory of our company.
So you guys were hardware on, was that a hardware project for you, or were you doing an integrated project?
So ESPN SportsCenter, when we built that studio, which was really 4 studios, it started off really on the hardware side, but that led to large-scale visualization for ABC, Hearst, Tribune, Sinclair, Scripps, NBC, Fox, NFL, Major League Baseball. It just went crazy. And only the last, I would say, few years, I've been able to go back into my Rolodex, so to speak, and connect with real estate developers and clients and friends and family, really, and to say, have you thought about this? There's so many things we could do.
Right.
And that's, you know, we're getting asked, like, you know, similar to what Todd was speaking about a few moments ago, we're getting asked daily is, how do we change and transform a space? Right? When people say immersive environments, it's so vanilla, it's so neutral. What does it really mean, right? It means integrated technology that has building smart capabilities with building management systems tied together that can be really utilizing what's called AI but AIs for data visualization and tying that all together into the content to make that lobby really impactful for people who want to come back to work, for example.
Exactly. At first, some of the first installations that I ever saw that I thought were really stunning caught people's attention, got them to pay attention to a piece of property, noticed that it was different, and then made that property really, it differentiated it. Whether it was a mall, whether it was a high-rise building, they extensively used exterior digital LEDs in Hong Kong, for instance, to become an experience for a citywide experience. Now, but adoption here, what I always found here in the U.S. was slow. Very, very hard to find folks that were. I mean, we had a couple of experiences in New York City, some big screens there, in Times Square, whatnot, and a couple in LA, by the Staples Center and Wilshire Grand and things like that. But adoption is still very scattered. What do you think? What do building owners and occupiers and large occupiers need to know about why they need to know about this?
So I think if I can answer that one, Todd, sure. It's twofold. One is, and everyone likes to talk about this, ROI. What's the ROI? The simple answer is, you're buying a building, 500,000 square feet, Class B building. You want it to evolve into Class A, and you want to get better tenants. News for you. If you don't add edgy technology with dynamic creative content that makes people excited to come to that building, you're not getting bigger rents, you're not getting bigger tenants. That's A. Now, if you're a private equity real estate company, right, and you have 3 to 5 year yields, we have to sell after that.
Right.
Guess what? Countless developers have proven in major markets like San Francisco, New York, DC, LA, Miami, you buy it at 500, you invest a few million, and you're selling close to $800 to $1,000 or $1,500 a square foot when you're done.
Yeah, but so many of them would say, well, I'd rather invest $100,000 and put some nice pictures on the wall, than to invest in all of this crazy.
But look, I'll give you a real example of a project we're working on. So a hotel developer from a big multi-billion-dollar organization from Mumbai, they approached me, and then in turn, I actually, I reached out to Todd, like we got to get involved together here. The developer said, we want to do this impactful space. Interior designer calls me and says, Hanan, I'm thinking it's going to be about $1 million worth of Kalikata marble when you first walk in. Just out of curiosity, how much would it cost if we went digital on the back screen?
Exactly.
And I think we should put the video in the loop right here. I don't know if the guys can do it over there, but I think they have it in there, the back there, the video.
Yeah, the video should be looping if we can.
But in that hotel project, essentially, we were able to create a really dynamic impact at a fraction of the cost. Listen to this, a fraction of the cost of what the Kalikata marble was going to cost with digital, including content. So it was cheaper as well.
And content's an ever-changing canvas. It's an experience that reinvents itself over and over again. Whereas
get 3 walls of cheap domestic marble, and get one digital wall. High quality digital wall.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, that's it. Actually, that's exactly it.
Look at what you can do with it.
It's great.
But
the impact is the main thing. Because if you go to Hotel A, it may be a 4 or 5 star resort, and then you come into that hotel.
Right.
First of all, it's an Instagrammable moment. Social media, Google reviews, Twitter, whatnot. People take their selfies in front of it, and guess what? That hotel can get higher ADR, average daily rates,
absolutely,
higher occupancy rates. And it's the same thing in the office space. When you walk into Salesforce Tower, and you could say Rafiq's stuff, right, for example, when you see that, it creates an impact. The same thing what we're doing now together in Austin. I mean, stuff like this.
Yep. Living plant walls.
It's something that people talk about. People will gather, they'll stand, they'll linger, where typically they'd be running for the elevator, but they'll linger for a minute. They'll talk with
There's
their
a
neighbors.
reason they go viral.
They'll engage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because people can't believe what they're seeing, and it is the experience that they're craving.
And some of those experiences are transcendental. I mean, some of the stuff that I've seen is...
In the one that's actually showing right now behind us, the developer literally said, and I can't say the entire four-letter word, but he said, how do we create an FU moment?
Yeah.
That's what he said. How do we create an FU moment? And the answer was something crazy.
Yeah.
Something that, like, completely out of this world. So we created here what he calls an FU moment. And long story short, before they put a fork in the ground, before they even opened the sales center, they sold $1.3 billion in condos in less than 6 months. There was no furniture in the space. It was all digital.
Yep.
There was nothing, just digital.
I'm a believer. Okay, I just want to see adoption accelerate. You know, here in the U.S., developers. We're going to be going through a serious stage where there's going to be a lot of older building stock that needs to be made a lot prettier, a lot more attractive. And I think, you know, putting in a digital wall rather than whatever else they could stick in a lobby makes perfect sense. So about the economics, I mean, how much of this is hardware versus software, and how does the hardware and software work together?
You know, it's one thing that you and I always talk about, like percentage-wise. How do we do this right? I think it's fair to say, what, from every $10 in, let's say, hardware, software, maybe $2 to $3 should be content.
Yep.
And more and more people are finally understanding what that means. So let's say you have a big LED wall in the lobby of big Vornado, SL Green, whoever it may be, tower, right? So if it cost $1 million to do the processing and the software, it's going to cost another $200,000, $300,000 or $300,000 to create that waterfall that you see behind me.
Right.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, and I tell this every project, this is how it has to get done. I mean, I walked on a project that they had a $500,000 wall that was off, and I asked the person running this real estate, oh, IT, AV, marketing, no one wants to be responsible for content, so it was off. That's just crazy.
It can't be an afterthought. It has to be part of the initial conversation.
Well, it has to be planned. There has to be a plan around it too, because you're just not going to show the waterfall 24/7, 365 days.
There's a strategy that has to be built before the technology is selected.
And you have to have a reason for, you know, everything that you put up there. It should produce an intended result, correct? A feeling, an intended result, whether it's, you know, entertainment, whether it's serenity, whether it's just pure interest, or, you know, gathering a crowd. And that, I know that content, it just doesn't create itself.
Sure. Yeah.
One of the things that Todd and I always collaborate on is that, like, I don't want to go and have an issue with my guys post-installation. They're finished. They want to go home, and someone says, you can't leave yet. The content's not ready.
Yeah.
Or, can you come back tomorrow when the content's up? No. We don't like that scenario. So one of the things that Todd and I have been collaborating on is having some initial understanding of cost and concepts before the build, before we even give a proposal. So that way the end user, whether it be the tenant of the space, right, or the developer of the space, really understands what is going to happen in that space, so they have what's called day one content. You don't want to invest right away, day 2, day 3, day 4, content, no problem. But make sure you're making an investment in the space. It's going to be killer. It's going to be great. It's going to be high energy. And the only way to do it is day one planning.
Yeah, it has to make
you guys. I mean, you guys must have a huge library of content anyway, and of course there's a lot of cost. Why not do something like digital wall as a service? You know.
So it's something that we're exploring right now. The main challenge with that is, and Todd can speak to this as well, is that right now we have behind us a 50-foot. Right. The one that we did in Williamsburg was what, 40 feet?
Yeah, 42.
Yeah. The one at PMG Property Markets Group in 11 that was 26 feet. The other one was 20.
The aspect ratios are all
custom applications. Yeah. They're all built around the environment that exists.
Yeah.
There could be archways, doorways, you know, columns that have to be wrapped, and LED technology can do that. But it's all custom. It's all tailored, and the content has to be tailored as well to the specific space and the audience that's going to experience the content.
Got it.
But it goes to, I think, if I could elaborate on what you just said, the idea of having, let's say, library mode, that's playing well into what's known as the NFT market, where people want to own something in their digital wallet. It's let's just say a hedge fund, a finance guy has a $10, $20, $30 million unit, or a hedge fund guy, instead of having regular art, he wants digital art inside of his office. For that marketplace, standard 16 by 9, or 4K, Full HD gallery, no problem. But the custom world of projects, that's the world we live in.
So, kind of getting down on time, but I wanted to ask you guys a quick question. One quick question. What is the most extreme installation that you guys have ever seen?
So it's two-part. One is what we just finished, and one is, I think, what we're going to be doing in San Diego, without mentioning specifics, right?
Yeah, I would say the same.
Yeah. So you could talk to the one that we just finished?
Right here behind us.
Yeah.
It's the sales center that Hanan was speaking of earlier. It had a side to it as well. So there was an opportunity to create anamorphic illusions, which you're seeing here now is when two displays come together at sort of an angle, like a 90-degree angle. So there's two viewing points for the people to get that first impression as they walk into the sales center. One is forced perspective, looking at it directly on, face forward, like you're seeing now, where we created the illusion of depth and created 3D animation there to totally blow people away before they even walk inside to put on the VR goggles. But the other is, if they walk around the side of the screen, they're seeing a whole different experience by using an additional side of LED to create an anamorphic illusion by viewing it from a specific vantage point. So it's the best of both worlds. It's a huge canvas that allowed, for a lot of creative expression.
And that's very current, the one that he just alluded to. The other one, which is about a little bit further out, it's under development right now. It's a $2 billion resort convention center project. And that particular project, we're going to be having exterior LED cubes. I mean, ginormous. Each one is going to be 330-inch, so all around sides, with underwater, above water type of content, digital out of this atmosphere. And there's going to be one by the wave pool, another one of these experiences. I mean, it's. But
Can you give us a hint whereabouts that's going to be?
The West Coast. The financing just got done. $2 billion resort being built. That's all I can say. And the developer is not here at the show. I can say that. But it's a big one, and it's probably going to be highly marketed before they even really get going. But it's a little bit time out.
That sounds fantastic. I can't wait to see what's coming up. Thank you guys for what you brought to the conference. I suspect that we're going to be doing a lot more in the future. And with that, thank you all for viewing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Convenience and comfort, which is what being at home is all about. So what about work? Shouldn't your tenants feel as connected in a place they spend close to half their lives? With Hqos, they can. Hqos is a tenant experience operating system for commercial office buildings that connects employees to the communities in and around their building by empowering them with tools to control their workday. We live in a world where experience drives behavior. The better the experience your tenants have, the more likely you are to retain them while attracting new tenants. With the Tenant App, you can simplify a tenant's day with 24/7 on-demand access to programming, amenities, and retail. Everything from accessing a building, booking a conference room, to ordering lunch in one easy-to-use app. Think of it as a universal remote for the building. Owners and property teams benefit too. The Hqos Marketplace is designed to reduce complexity when implementing new technologies. Whether your asset and property teams need a new visitor management software or help finding local yoga classes to offer their tenants, they can use the Marketplace to help save time on procurement and accelerate innovation within their buildings. Finally, Hqos allows your team to use data to make critical decisions across your portfolio and differentiate your assets. Working behind the scenes, the Digital Grid is an analytics offering designed to capture data on the technologies, amenities, people, and spaces in your building. We created the Digital Grid to help you organize your portfolio data and plug into an established network of interconnected data.
In this data-driven era, high-performing cars and buildings need an open and standard way to express key performance indicators. For your projects, you are the driver, and Niagara is the engine. This is where you start your journey.
Ready to reconceive, reshape, renew, and rebuild? We're talking buildings of the future. It's the perfect time to renew our living ecosystems to be smarter, safer, sustainable. Retrofit with the hardware, software, and services that create real resilience. Redesign with more digital, more electric, and more efficiency. Retool so they revise, react, and respond to our needs. Life is on.
Commercial real estate is changing, and Yardi has the right technology to power your strategy. Turn vacancy back into revenue with Yardi Cube, the award-winning solution that helps build a thriving co-working community. Improve energy operations with Yardi Pulse, the energy performance platform that helps you operate your buildings from anywhere. Drive asset performance with Yardi Elevate, the technology suite that connects every aspect of real estate operations. Yardi, energized.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Commercial real estate investment is complex and difficult to manage. DealPath makes it easy to focus on what matters. You can easily share documents with internal and external partners, with customizable access settings so people only see what's appropriate. DealPath organizes all your deal information, files, and communications in one place. DealPath's powerful reporting tools allow you to quickly analyze deals across your pipeline, so you can mitigate risks and execute flawlessly. DealPath. This is smart deal management.
AppSpace is the easiest way to engage with your team, no matter where they work. People and places have always been the foundation of a company's culture. These days, employee engagement is more important than ever. AppSpace helps deliver a single, unified voice across multiple devices and your technology investments. Share announcements, reminders, and other information that keeps employees informed whether they're at home, in the office, or on the go. Create a safe and efficient environment for your hybrid workplace. Employees and visitors can check in and reserve available desks, rooms, and even parking spaces. Reach every employee through AppSpace's integration with enterprise messaging tools like Microsoft Teams, WebEx Teams, and Slack, and track engagement through simple analytics and dashboards. See how many of the world's leading brands use AppSpace to power their hybrid workplace cultures. Enjoy simple team communications and space management solutions, all within one easy-to-use platform. Try for free at appspace.com.
The environment where we work should be a place that makes our comfort, security, health, and productivity the highest priority. The technologies needed to accomplish these results continue to grow in quantity and complexity at an increasing pace. In order for these systems to achieve an optimal workplace environment, they must be integrated with each other for seamless and efficient functionality. To reach these objectives, a master systems integrator is engaged to utilize an elite resource pool of engineers, technicians, software programmers, project managers, and cybersecurity professionals. A successful master systems integrator must be a collaboration partner and an exceptional communicator. The best integrators can respond and adapt at the speed of client requirements, customize the solution freely, and be agnostic to any and all hardware and software providers. Integrated Building Solutions has worked all over the globe, integrated over 24 million square feet of real estate, and have kept our clients loyal by exceeding their expectations for over 22 years, and believing what we do is to make the lives of our clients better.
Create a workplace that employees love with AppSpace. AppSpace is the only unified platform that simplifies employee communications and helps you manage your workplace. The modern workplace has changed. Employees want flexible work arrangements, which can create challenges for productivity, company culture, and your technology needs. The AppSpace platform combines digital signage, space reservation, an employee app, kiosks, visitor management, and content to help solve these challenges and build a successful hybrid workplace. Use AppSpace anywhere, easily integrating with your everyday tools. AppSpace helps you reach employees, keeping them engaged and improving productivity. Using the same app, your team can book rooms, desks, and resources, while you manage everything in one place. Companies all over the world trust AppSpace to help them create workplaces their employees love. Try for free at appspace.com.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have to wait. Got to report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, I'm Rao Mulpuri, and along with my colleagues, over the last 12 years, we've been building View to transform the day-to-day window. The smart window controls heat and glare, eliminates blinds and shades, and provides view and natural light all the time. Because we have a highly connected system, we're able to bring a whole host of smart building applications. For example, this video you're watching is coming to you through the View Smart Display, which is a high-definition display that's installed right into the window. Also on this platform, we have a sensor array that has a number of environmental sensors, and these can be used in order to control the environment precisely for the health and wellness of the people. These new applications transform buildings into living spaces that help us engage, interact, and communicate with each other. The buildings will be transformed into high-speed 5G cell towers with complete wireless coverage. Now that the blinds are lifted, these humanized spaces will keep us entertained while keeping us connected to natural light and views of the outdoors. and we're just getting started.
Introducing Secure, a digital twin platform for the built environment, which captures and displays sensory data from IoT devices, providing real-time insights into spaces. Secure allows for detailed information to be displayed comprehensively by offering map views of all linked devices and sensors, as well as graphs, heat maps, and even custom alerts and notifications. It monitors air quality, occupancy rates, water leaks, waste management, carbon emissions, and overall energy consumption, keeping any space in an optimal condition and supporting ESG requirements. Owners, managers, occupants, service providers, and even visitors can view all this information in real time at the click of a button on any device. Secure easily integrates with existing systems and devices, saving significant capital expenses. In-building assets can also be tracked and maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on how a building or space is being used enables the provision of inspiring and engaging facilities to its inhabitants.
The world around us moves all the time. Finance, laws, technologies, people, all of them spinning faster than ever. Billions of data points that could transform the performance of assets across the globe. If only we could harness them. If only we could bring them together. That's why Altus has set out on a journey to re-engineer the way that real estate assets are bought, sold, financed, and managed. We're connecting the data that brings real assets into sharp focus, erasing the motion blur that's holding back the industry, and transforming raw numbers into real estate intelligence on demand. With new techniques, machine learning, and alternative data sets built on solid technical foundations and across every part of the real estate value chain, we are offering new ways to learn from the data that swirls around real estate. We call this intelligence as a service. Intelligence as a service is the next step for the industry. It's the next step for Altus Group. And we want it to be the next step for you. At Altus, we're building the future. Join us.
All it takes is a single vision to spark a new reality. Visions can have a mind of their own, shifting, growing, and changing entirely. Small notions turn into big ideas, and when determination meets the right technology, those big ideas turn into absolute game changers. To the visionaries who not only see what could be, but have the courage to bring their vision to life, you are the ones driving us to the future. Adapting to today's challenges to fulfill the promise of tomorrow. And when you're equipped with the tools and technologies that bring tomorrow closer to today, just imagine what you will envision next. MRI Software. Unleash the visionary in you.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
FiveQ provides the full spectrum of managed tech and cybersecurity services. We do everything from leadership services in IT and cybersecurity to network monitoring, help desk support, remote support, on-site support. We do cybersecurity monitoring as well, and fractional Chief Information Security Officer leadership, as well as CIO leadership for our great customers in the commercial real estate industry.
From a commercial real estate technology perspective, came the idea for 5Q to really give back to commercial real estate in this vertical, because we saw a need there for solid technology services catered to this vertical.
5Q is uniquely designed toward the needs of commercial real estate owners and property management companies. That's our target client, and they have unique needs with regard to invoicing, purchasing, etc., that we are able to anticipate and accommodate.
5Q services have evolved significantly over time as our clients' needs have evolved. And we started by providing IT strategy and bringing in vendors to do various aspects of IT operations like help desk and network operations and data center operations. And very soon in our life, we took over and provided 100% of the IT needs for commercial real estate owners and operators.
To learn more about 5Q's technology and cybersecurity services, visit 5qcloud.com or email us directly at info@5qcloud.com.
When you're home, you know how to stay connected to everything you need. You've implemented technologies to enable convenience and comfort, which is what being at home is all about. So what about work? Shouldn't your tenants feel as connected in a place they spend close to half their lives? With Hqos, they can. Hqos is a tenant experience operating system for commercial office buildings that connects employees to the communities in and around their building by empowering them with tools to control their workday. We live in a world where experience drives behavior. The better the experience your tenants have, the more likely you are to retain them while attracting new tenants. With the Tenant App, you can simplify a tenant's day with 24/7 on-demand access to programming, amenities, and retail. Everything from accessing a building, booking a conference room, to ordering lunch in one easy-to-use app. Think of it as a universal remote for the building. Owners and property teams benefit too. The Hqos Marketplace is designed to reduce complexity when implementing new technologies. Whether your asset and property teams need a new visitor management software or help finding local yoga classes to offer their tenants, they can use the marketplace to help save time on procurement and accelerate innovation within their buildings. Finally, Hqos allows your team to use data to make critical decisions across your portfolio and differentiate your assets. Working behind the scenes, the Digital Grid is an analytics offering designed to capture data on the technologies, amenities, people, and spaces in your building. We created the Digital Grid to help you organize your portfolio data and plug into an established network of interconnected data.
In this data-driven era, high-performing cars and buildings need an open and standard way to express key performance indicators. For your projects, you are the driver, and Niagara is the engine. This is where you start your journey.
Ready to reconceive, reshape, renew, and rebuild? We're talking buildings of the future. It's the perfect time to renew our living ecosystems to be smarter, safer, sustainable. Retrofit with the hardware, software, and services that create real resilience. Redesign with more digital, more electric, and more efficiency. Retool so they revise, react, and respond to our needs. Life is on.
Commercial real estate is changing, and Yardi has the right technology to power your strategy. Turn vacancy back into revenue with Yardi Cube, the award-winning solution that helps build a thriving co-working community. Improve energy operations with Yardi Pulse, the energy performance platform that helps you operate your buildings from anywhere. Drive asset performance with Yardi Elevate, the technologies.
And we're back. I'm Lisa Woods, one of the managing partners of Realcomm. It's good to be back with Chad Kibbe with Trimble. Hi, Chad.
Hello, how are you?
Good to have you here.
Great.
Doing
Thanks
well.
for the invitation from Realcomm, Spot, Boston Dynamics, and Trimble. We're very grateful to be here.
Yeah, well, you know what? I have been looking forward to talking with you all day. Actually, yesterday too, because I find Spot to be just really fascinating, really interesting. So, and he was in the general session yesterday morning, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always nervous when you're bringing Spot up on stage with a bunch of people. I hope I don't fall, and I hope Spot doesn't fall as well. So
well,
we
Scott,
made it through there. It was good.
That's right. Spot performed admirably.
As he always does.
Yeah. He really does. Well, a lot of people are probably wondering what it is that Spot does. But before we get to that, just how did you get connected with Boston Dynamics? Mm-hmm. How did that come about?
Sure.
And what does that partnership look like?
Yep. So in 2020, we have a collaborative partnership with Boston Dynamics. Not only are we a reseller for Spot, but they also co-develop solutions for our hardware and software to integrate with their hardware and software to be one full solution. So what we see with Spot is the integration of our first of many payloads to come, which is the X7. The X7 is a 3D scanner. It scans up to 80 meters with 2 millimeters of accuracy. And the idea is to have Spot walk autonomously with the scanner, be able to scan an area, do multiple scans, autonomously stitch those scans together, in the field we call that registration, and then give you a complete 3D model of that area or facility.
Okay. Well, I think you said earlier that you've had a lot of activity back in the robotics pavilion.
Yes.
A lot of people very interested in what he does and the application in real estate. What are the advances in robotics, say, compared to 2 or 3 years ago? It seems like the technology has really advanced quite exponentially, and it really at a very fast pace. So what does that look like from a couple of years ago to what it does today, and how it's being used?
Conceptual to reality, basically. I would say within the last year, you've seen, not just with Spot and Boston Dynamics and our integration, but robotics overall doing all kinds of things in job sites and real estate. The advancement now, I think everybody has built a good foundation for the robotics platforms. So now you're seeing more integration, more payloads, and the robot's able to do more things. And customers' appetite for the robot to do more and more is just growing, which is causing us some growing pains in development, but it's a great thing. We have a lot of early adopters that work with us, testing and giving feedback. So We're seeing an adoption with larger companies at this point that have an appetite to be on the cutting edge of technology. And I would say probably going into next year, we'll see that filter through to some of the smaller type companies looking to keep up with the big guys in technology.
Right. Well, we've heard a lot about drones, and usually drones and robots are sort of that thing that go hand in hand. When you're talking about one, you're generally talking about the other. And we've had drones here at the conference for several years, and a little sporadically we've had some of the robotics. But this one in particular, I think, is really interesting, and he can do some things that you wouldn't expect. So with the labor shortage being what it is, let's talk about that a little bit. What opportunities are there for this technology to actually help with the labor shortage?
Right. So labor shortage is a big one in all industries, really. I just read a statistic that if we stay on pace with construction right now, we're going to need 650,000 more people in the construction industry moving into next year. So we can talk about statistics, but everybody knows that's kind of a big deal. So if we can utilize Spot and really other robotics to do dangerous, monotonous activities for us, which scanning is one of those. So if we talk about scanning, it's about a 3-minute process to actually do the scan.
Okay.
We move a tripod to the next location. It's another 3 minutes. The user that's currently doing that for that 3 minutes is on Facebook or Instagram, not being productive anyway. So if we can automate that with Spot in the X7, that human, which is an amazing individual with a brain and hands, can do a lot more interesting things or valuable things than moving a scanner around to get our 3D images. So
is Spot actually programmable, or does he have to have a handler, so to speak, or somebody that actually moves him around from place to place to do what he does?
Great question. So we get that a lot because some of the videos you see of Spot where I'm in the background or somebody's in the background driving him through our tablet, right? But that we have to use that method to train Spot an area or map an area. Once Spot has that area mapped, then we can go into an autonomous mode, and Spot can walk that without a handler. It has really advanced obstacle avoidance. So it can read stairs, go up and down those. It won't walk off the edge of a building. It'll know if a step is too steep to go down or to go up. Won't run into people or moving objects.
Okay.
So it's really advanced.
I think you said earlier too that Spot was not particularly good in crowded areas.
So Spot, it's a safety mechanism because Spot can't distinguish if it's a moving dozer or a moving person or what the object is. So we'll have an instance where Spot will be moving, and if somebody opens a door in front of it and we want to go through it, it might stop to ensure that nothing else is moving. It's just for safety purposes.
Right, got it. Well, how does Spot and the technology actually work or integrate into the workflow process?
Great
Talk
question.
to me about that.
Yeah, so the integration, Spot currently operates the X7 and its functionality when it's autonomously working. So we take us out, Spot is actually controlling the whole process. The end goal is for us to develop that 3D model or digital twin, and that data is very valuable for a lot of different reasons. If we have a remodel building that we want to repurpose, we can go in there and scan that. With the accuracy of that 2 millimeters, we can design around that. So we can actually prefabricate a lot of the components that are going to go into that building before even being on site. That's one thing. The other thing is to have an as-built of everything's there. So let's say we had this building and we did a great job and we had tenants move in, but now we want to repurpose that building for something else, but we don't know what's behind the walls or whatnot. We can utilize that data of that scan to know exactly where everything is, so we can get to the HVAC or MEP products and manipulate them as we need to.
Interesting.
Yep.
Now, is Spot actually in some projects now? Is he in use now, or is this a prototype and you're just getting ready for prime time?
Available to sell. We'll take orders right now. We're ready to go. So we do have Spot on a lot of different types of applications, construction being one of them, manufacturing, industrial being another. You can put different payloads other than the X7 on there, so there's a lot of versatility in there. From a construction perspective, I would say the top 25 GCs in probably the world have either talked to us, have rented, or own a Spot that is actively doing procedures on their jobs at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds like Spot is...
We're moving.
Is getting quite a name for himself.
Yeah.
That's pretty fascinating. Well, we only have a couple more minutes, and do you see, what do you see happening in the next 12 to 18 months? Hopefully you'll come back and talk to us next year.
Love to.
And we'll see how he has evolved. But what do you see happening in the next 6, 9, 12 months with the technology?
As fast as it's growing, Trimble has a lot of hardware and software products. So we'll see more integration with some of our other hardware products, which fits into this real estate, vertical construction type mode. So not only the X7, but Spot might be able to perform layout in the future or operate from a GNSS, GPS global positioning system in an outdoor environment. So we'll see those kind of advancements, stuff that we're already really good at, working with Boston Dynamics to co-develop those solutions to add them onto Spot.
Well, I am looking forward to seeing what Spot's going to do next year. I think it's a lot of fun, and I'm glad you were able to bring him to the conference this year and be a part of the whole conversation. So thank you for being here. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Yeah, it's a great event. You guys put on a great top
Thank you.
A+ show, so we really appreciate the invitation.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad this being the first, I got a chance to talk to you and welcome you to Realcomm for the first time.
Thanks you, Lisa.
So,
I appreciate
thanks, Chad.
it. Yep.
Thanks. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
And maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on how a building or space is being used enables the provision of inspiring and engaging facilities to its inhabitants.
The world around us moves all the time. Finance, laws, technologies, people, all of them spinning faster than ever. Billions of data points that could transform the performance of assets across the globe. If only we could harness them. If only we could bring them together. That's why Altus has set out on a journey to re-engineer the way that real estate assets are bought, sold, financed, and managed. We're connecting the data that brings real assets into sharp focus, erasing the motion blur that's holding back the industry, and transforming raw numbers into real estate intelligence on demand. With new techniques, machine learning, and alternative data sets built on solid technical foundations and across every part of the real estate value chain, we are offering new ways to learn from the data that swirls around real estate. We call this intelligence as a service. Intelligence as a service is the next step for the industry. It's the next step for Altus Group. And we want it to be the next step for you. At Altus, we're building the future. Join us.
All it takes is a single vision to spark a new reality. Visions can have a mind of their own, shifting, growing, and changing entirely. Small notions turn into big ideas, and when determination meets the right technology, those big ideas turn into absolute game changers. To the visionaries who not only see what could be, but have the courage to bring their vision to life, you are the ones driving us to the future. Adapting to today's challenges to fulfill the promise of tomorrow. And when you're equipped with the tools and technologies that bring tomorrow closer to today, just imagine what you will envision next. MRI Software. Unleash the visionary in you.
For real estate fund managers, maximizing returns and mitigating risk while keeping investors informed can be overwhelming. With manual processes and disparate software systems, creating and completing attractive investment plans isn't easy and can result in lost opportunities and harm to the reputation of the business. MRI streamlines each step in the process, from investment planning to forecasting fund performance and instilling investor confidence, allowing you to manage the entire investment lifecycle with fewer headaches and better outcomes. Easily track performance and keep investors engaged with intuitive communication tools. Gain insight into your portfolio with industry-leading analytics and reporting to find the ideal balance between risk, opportunity, and generating value for investors. Plan and execute with ease so you can deliver for stakeholders and build thriving communities.
FiveQ provides the full spectrum of managed tech and cybersecurity services. We do everything from leadership services in IT, in cybersecurity, to network monitoring, help desk support, remote support, on-site support. We do cybersecurity monitoring as well, and fractional Chief Information Security Officer leadership, as well as CIO leadership for our great customers in the commercial real estate industry.
From a commercial real estate technology perspective, came the idea for FiveQ to really...
All right, here we are, 1 o'clock, 2 hours to go. Incredible, still people on the floor. I say this every year because usually, second day, everybody's heading out, which I understand. But it's still people sitting there, the conversations are intense. And the level of people, people walking up to me are just like insanely successful, influential people, and these conversations are insane.
Absolutely.
After 4 days, we're in the 4th day now, and the intensity is still going on. Amazing. So, Stephen, great to have you.
It's an honor to be here.
A new face to the Tritium team from my perspective, so welcome, and really glad to have you. And so, my history with Tritium goes back probably 20 years. Ed Merwin got an award yesterday. We were at Realcomm, I think, 2002 or 2003 in Chicago, and we had a big meeting with property managers scheduled, and we were trying to get them oriented about smart buildings. We had a speaker scheduled, and they canceled the last minute. And I'm like, I got 200 people. So I ran out on the exhibit floor, and I got Ed. I said, Ed, here's a speaking opportunity for you. No prep, but you got some prospects in the room. Will you want to talk? And he went in, and then Mark Peacock, and 20 years later, here we are.
Yep.
So Tritium is just like an absolute anchor of the smart building conversation on our side. So thank you for all that support. Why don't you give us a little bit of your background before we talk about Tritium so the audience has an idea of what your background and skills are, and then we'll go right into the Tritium conversation.
Sure. Yeah, so first off, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for putting this event together. I think, in addition just to the quality of the conversation, just the problem solving, just the solution sharing, it's so valuable to what we do. And really, from a Tritium perspective, it really is what drives us. Mm-hmm. It's what drives our product thinking, our innovation.
Customers.
Yeah, it's everything. Yep. The voice of the customer is the most important thing to what we do. And I think, kind of segue to your question, prior to my joining Tritium, I was a customer.
Wow.
So I worked with the product actually for my entire career.
So you were with Tang first,
yep.
And then they got bought by
EXP.
EXP,
yep.
Right? And so what kind of projects were you doing there?
Exactly what we're focusing on, what really we're all here to discuss, smart buildings.
Right. Yeah, and you guys were doing really big, not just innovative work, but scale, big stuff, right?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yep.
And so you were the guy responsible to project manage those things?
Actually, was doing the design, the actual system integration.
So give me one instance of one project that I might remember.
So federal government, for example,
GSA.
The GSA is such a prolific consumer of the Niagara framework.
Absolutely.
And courthouses were.
So did you work with a guy like Larry Melton or Phil Klokas?
Yes. Yep.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Well, through a couple people, but at the end of the day, their DNA was represented in what we were doing.
Wow. So we've been playing in the same community for 20 years.
We have.
Okay. All right. So then how did you get to Tritium? Journey to Tritium.
Actually, it was Ed Merwin. Really, it was a perfect segue. I wish we could have planned this discussion, but this is all kind of impromptu.
So
it was Ed Merwin. He brought me in.
And we didn't even plan that.
I know, that's why this is so perfect. It really was him, and Ed really, I have a saying in Tritium, you can always feel the invisible hand of Ed.
Yeah, you can. You can. That is so, he's everywhere. He's kind of in the background, not wanting a lot of attention, but just knitting things together.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
So
yeah. So he reached out and was like, hey, here's an opportunity.
So that was only, what, 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
3 years
and
ago.
so did you move physically to East Coast?
Actually, I was in Richmond.
You were already there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
All right.
already there.
And so now, give me your title. What do you do?
I'm the director of product management for Tritium.
So when I think of that as like, you got to drive the vision. You're the one who, the CEO keeps an eye on everything, the spreadsheets and the development, but you're the guy with the ear to the ground saying, what's next?
Yep, that's exactly
So from my context, you got it right. The Frank Brothers 20 years ago, right? Proprietary closed, that was the past. Open, integrated, and interoperable, they wanted that be that. Now we're getting the cloud, IoT, all this crazy stuff. Tritium is in the middle right now.
Yep.
But there's people nipping at your tail, sort of. But what do you do every day? I mean, like, do you half days with customers, half days with your development team? Give me an idea of what an 8-hour day looks like.
Well, I wish it was an 8-hour day. It's never an 8-hour
16,
day.
20.
That's right.
At 3, but 4 hours last night.
Sure. But yeah, that's a great question. It's always customer first.
Right.
So that really drives everything we do.
Okay.
And so surely, we're interacting with the engineering team, with our other product leads, but it's always the customer at the center of it. We're always trying to assume that voice of the customer.
Right.
We want to ensure that really we're doing right by them, because it's through them that really we're able to be successful.
Right. Well, and when people say they may not be familiar with Tritium, I say, what's the net? The 15-second elevator pitch. And I said, great technology, extraordinary community. I mean, I've been to your Tritium events, over the years, and you put the technology out, you introduce it, and then you just see these guys just jump on it. They go back to the rooms. They're automating fountains. They're automating, HVAC, the easy stuff, lighting. But they're looking for those. In fact, it was the gal from University of Kentucky. Her name escapes me. I mean, she's probably one of the most instrumented Tritium installations. And she was telling me that some of the things you're doing, freezers and parking garages. Bobby Tincture, yes.
It.
And I'm like, but that's the Tritium community.
Yeah, that's it. And so that's what's driving our innovation. And just to kind of give you just an overview of what's coming or what's available, we've got a new release coming in later summer, Niagara 412. And that's...
What are some of the highlights?
Oh, boy. So what we've really been doing is modernizing the product from a number of regards. We're reimagining our workflows.
Okay.
Connectivity as a first-class citizen. Really, that's the hallmark of our product. And so what you're going to see from a development perspective is you're going to see that those principles reflected in what we're doing. So, for example, we've taken our wire sheet, which is our low-code, kind of no-code interface available in Workbench, extended it to the browser.
Wow,
which is great because it's giving you that flexibility. Even more, we've incorporated tags into your entire logic workflow.
You're working with guys, I just went blank on the standards group.
Ashtray?
No, the John Petsy.
Oh, Haystack.
Haystack,
yeah,
okay.
Absolutely, yeah. So you can use Haystack tags, search through your entire station, and actually be able to use that to actually link logic on your wire sheet. So, this whole low code, that thing has been just so prolific in many of the products.
A lot of people talking about it, yeah.
But incorporating tags into it, that's just taking it to
another
the next level.
Another layer, yep.
And another thing we've been doing, we have something called a HTTP client driver, and that's really unlocking the framework to be able to interact with RESTful API endpoints, web services. So where you're seeing it emerge now is that, we really want Tritium to be the independent data layer of choice.
Yeah.
And it has been, and we understand that you just can't rest idly on your laurels. You have to continue to innovate. You have to continue to iterate.
We've seen it. We've seen in my career. I mean, and it's hard. You get to a certain size, you get comfortable. A little bit too much time. At the parties and the bars, and that 12, 18-hour drive when you have no money in the bank, it kind of dissipates. But you guys have really maintained over time. It's been 20 years now, more than 20. That hungry, innovative approach. And that's why I've said to a couple of your former executives, I said, it's yours to lose. I mean, you're here because you got a good technology stack, a good technology strategy, but unseating that Tritium community, of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who are in their shops at night taking your product and making things really happen, I think that's That's the real magic.
That's the beauty, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, providing the connectivity, but then also it's a framework, right? So like to your point, the ability to extend the framework, to build these applications that are purpose-built for a certain problem that's within our domain. I mean, that's what really makes it.
So when we talk about the future, you know, you got IT, OT, and then you're going to have, you know, the consumer integration with this.
Yep.
You know, and the question begs, okay, we got all these new technologies coming. You've got AI, you've got machine learning, all the different flavors of it. And the question is, the technology, like in the general tech, is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Yep.
Can we take those ideas coming out of, you know, the Silicon Valleys and layer them into the framework? I mean, is that...
Absolutely. And in fact, we've got a new hardware platform that we'll be releasing here within 12 months, which will be the predecessor of the Jace 8000, which has been our flagship. Yes, it's been called the Jace 9000.
Wow.
And one thing it's going to have on board is an NPU, a neural processing unit, which opens up the door.
A neural processing unit.
For machine learning and extensive analytics or artificial intelligence.
So do you partner, I mean, when you make those decisions like that, do you partner or do you just buy off the shelf and plop it on? Or are you working with the manufacturer saying, this is what we're trying to accomplish, needs to be modified a little bit? What happens there?
It's the latter. We always want to work with the manufacturers. We have a certain goal in mind, and you know, we want to achieve it. And really the reason why is because we want to do right by our customer and our community.
Last question, we're a little bit out of time, but cyber, scale of 1 to 10, how important?
It's a 10, if not a 12.
12, you know. 12. And then what about things to look for from the cybersecurity standpoint? Any high points you want to throw out?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think always secure by default, that's our mantra. And you'll see it represented in, for example, you know, TLS 1.3, we support that now. We're going to continue to, you know, advance our hash support. We're going to continue to update our key signing so that you can have that flexibility to, you know, exclude certain ciphers or to be able to really choose what you really need.
I've been busy, obviously, but I've been saying for years, months now, that I want to get you guys involved with the Real Estate Cyber Consortium. So I'll follow up with you and give you, I don't know how familiar you are with that, but you guys are in the center, and this is a bunch of real estate folks trying to make sure that the operational side of those buildings is secure. So hopefully we're going to get you involved with that.
That'd be great. So. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. We could have talked for hours. So glad to have you, like, in and out. I mean, you've been in the community forever, but now right to the top, working with Tritium. So glad to have you and looking forward to working with you in the future.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you. And that's it.
Every employee through AppSpace's integration with enterprise messaging tools like Microsoft Teams, WebEx Teams, and Slack, and track engagement through simple analytics and dashboards. See how many of the world's leading brands use AppSpace to power their hybrid workplace cultures. Enjoy simple team communications and space management solutions, all within one easy-to-use platform. Try for free at appspace.com.
The environment where we work should be a place that makes our comfort, security, health, and productivity the highest priority. The technologies needed to accomplish these results continue to grow in quantity and complexity at an increasing pace. In order for these systems to achieve an optimal workplace environment, they must be integrated with each other for seamless and efficient functionality. To reach these objectives, a master systems integrator is engaged to utilize an elite resource pool of engineers, technicians, software programmers, project managers, and cybersecurity professionals. A successful master systems integrator must be a collaboration partner and an exceptional communicator. The best integrators can respond and adapt at the speed of client requirements, customize the solution freely, and be agnostic to any and all hardware and software providers. Integrated Building Solutions has worked all over the globe, integrated over 24 million square feet of real estate, and have kept our clients loyal by exceeding their expectations for over 22 years, and believing what we do is to make the lives of our clients better.
Create a workplace that employees love with AppSpace. AppSpace is the only unified platform that simplifies employee communications and helps you manage your workplace. The modern workplace has changed. Employees want flexible work arrangements, which can create challenges for productivity, company culture, and your technology needs. The AppSpace platform combines digital signage, space reservation, an employee app, kiosks, visitor management, and content to help solve these challenges and build a successful hybrid workplace. Use AppSpace anywhere, easily integrating with your everyday tools. AppSpace helps you reach employees, keeping them engaged and improving productivity. Using the same app, your team can book rooms, desks, and resources while you manage everything in one place. Companies all over the world trust AppSpace to help them create workplaces their employees love. Try for free at appspace.com.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have to wait. Got a report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, I'm Rao Mulpuri, and along with my colleagues, over the last 12 years, we've been building View to transform the day-to-day window. The smart window controls heat and glare, eliminates blinds and shades, and provides view and natural light all the time. Because we have a highly connected system, we're able to bring a whole host of smart building applications. For example, this video you're watching is coming to you through the View Smart Display, which is a high-definition display that's installed right in.
All right. So today we have the pleasure to have Retransform with us. So Retransform is a global real estate service provider offering PropTech, technology solutions, and business managed services to commercial, retail, residential, and corporate real estate customers. For over 2 decades, they have honed their expertise and expanded their reach to become a trusted global technology provider and partner to the real estate industry. Retransform serves 300 real estate clients across North America, Europe, Middle East, India, Southeast Asia, and Australia. Welcome. Today with us, we have Casey,
Hello.
AVP Technology and Innovations, and Lynn Peters, VP of Global Operations.
Hello. Hi, Cecilia. Thanks for having us.
No, thank you for sharing your expertise. So as you've noticed, the theme around this conference has been superheroes, hence my shirt, Captain Marvel here.
Yeah. Perfect.
And so, we've talked about how all of us are superheroes. We're handling so many things. We're trying to work with these businesses, to our business partners, to solve problems, right? And you guys are superheroes on your own right because you guys help us solve these problems, right?
Thank you.
So, thank you for being a superhero.
Thank you. I'm excited.
So who would you be?
I was thinking being an Ant-Man, like shrinks to a small size and disappears. Like that's what we do when we work on projects. Sometimes we disappear. We are not always facing the fanciest thing, but we have to do all the database or systems integrations. So I'd like to disappear at times.
You know what? I think that's a very good analogy because you guys all do magic, right? You guys are always hand in hand working with us, understanding our business problems, and then coming up with a solution, and then poof, like magic, right? You just go. So all right. Tell me, what we want to talk about today, it's about automate everything. Nowadays, we're talking about creating efficiencies around our organization, right? So we're automating everything. So tell me, what are you seeing in terms of growth when we're talking about automation?
Sure. RPA, robotic process automation, is something that we all understand about. And if we see the trend is simple that from IT provider perspective, we learn new technologies, and in a few years we see that oh, now everyone knows about it. So robotic process automation is one piece. Having your data pipelines stream into your analytics system for insights and actionable or meaningful dashboards, that's another big one. So we are seeing a lot of adoption of automation. People want to automate process like bank reconciliation. They don't want to do that manually anymore. They want RPA to do it.
And I think to Casey's point, probably one of the most exciting things for us is the adoption in the real estate industry. Companies are really embracing the use of technology. So we're seeing a lot of activity in a wide variety of functions, ranging from really mundane, basic things as simple as file naming convention systems and automating that process, to more complex solutions and validating data and just taking that real manual component out of it with the ultimate goal to just improve overall internal efficiencies and job satisfaction. In a market that is getting really tough to keep good people, and finding ways to enhance that and better utilize their skills is really becoming extremely valuable in organizations.
Wow, that's amazing, because we're doing the same thing, right? We're finding ways in which we can automate things. You're talking about business intelligence, right? We had talked plenty about business intelligence, to see how you can help us work with our business, visualize things, right? Because maybe not everybody looks at a report in the same way. Like some people are more report driven, some people are more visual driven, right? And so you're absolutely right. And so that's what's going to define the adoption, right? Like making sure you're tailoring to different people, right?
Yep.
What else are you seeing? Like, what else do you have to report in terms of what you guys are doing within Retransform?
Sure. So I think this year is really exciting. We are seeing a lot of adoption of our 4C platform, which is our analytics platform. We also came up with an ESG and smart building platform called Secure. So we are seeing a lot of customers are actively talking about it, ESG, and how they can be more efficient in terms of energy consumption, how they can have the tenants be happier, what services or digital amenities we can put in to enhance the tenant experience. And also, with all this, automation also helps decreasing the money you spent on managing and maintaining the property.
So are you working with manufacturers, or you're working with companies that already have an IoT systems in place and then helping figure out how to automate and integrate that part with the analytics?
So I would say a little bit of both. We are working with how we integrate with existing technologies, and we are also bringing in new sensors and devices you can set up in a secure environment, like ensuring cybersecurity and having your digital data network backbone of the building. So we are working on both of it.
That's a very good segue to my next question, because a lot of people, this is on you, right? Like everybody's trying to figure out what to do with ESG. ESG is a really big topic. It's very new, and some people are far into the journey, but many people are still just figuring it out, right? What am I supposed to do, right? So where does the company start?
And you want to take it?
So, sure. I think especially in not just specific to ESG, but as we talk about the automation of everything that is possible, ideally, it's identifying where are those opportunities, the low-lying fruit, so to speak. Start with those things that are easily tackleable. Make sure that process is very well documented, that you've got the details and the consistency of the process across business units in an organization, because to your point earlier, somebody may use or perform a function one way in one area of the organization, somebody else might look at it or use the information differently.
Right.
So really ensuring you have that consistency, and then look at the architecture, design what is the end goal, what am I trying to solve for, and then deploy, test and deploy. It's pretty in the simplest, and not to oversimplify the process, because it can be intimidating or a little bit overwhelming if you are just getting started in that journey.
That's right.
That's a great point, Lynn, that you have to know where you are so to decide where you want to be. And similarly in ESG journey, you have to benchmark what are we doing today. So that would be a good step to start.
That's right. Well, we're running a little bit out of time, right? Time flies. So tell me, if there's one thing that you can tell the audience, right, on automate everything, right? A piece of advice, what would that be?
I would say hire Retransform for your work. I'm just kidding.
Gotta have a good partner.
Find right partners, and gone are the days that you have a big IT team which will do everything. Find the right partners, whether you want ESG, automation, or your data analytics, who specialize in those tasks, and start the journey, and there's no end. You can keep going, keep improving your bottom line over the years.
And I think separately, it's fundamentally, you've got to have the buy-in and the acceptance and adoption of the concepts that you're trying to deploy. I think that's really important. We encounter, and we've all heard of, different instances where maybe not everybody was on board, or it really wasn't a priority. And if you don't have that complete, thorough adoption and buy-in from everybody in the organization, the chances of success diminish.
Right.
So I would say that would be the biggest piece of advice is get everybody involved, have them embrace it, understand, and really see what that ROI and the value add is to the organization. It's tangible, it's there.
That's right. Collaboration is key. It takes a team to make things work. And so, well, with that, thank you so much for your time. It's been such a pleasure, and it's so nice to see you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Excited
Appreciate
to be
it.
here.
In this data-driven era, high-performing cars and buildings need an open and standard way to express key performance indicators. For your projects, you are the driver, and Niagara is the engine. This is where you start your journey.
Ready to reconceive, reshape, renew, and rebuild? We're talking buildings of the future. It's the perfect time to renew our living ecosystems to be smarter, safer, sustainable. Retrofit with the hardware, software, and services that create real resilience. Redesign with more digital, more electric, and more efficiency. Retool so they revise, react, and respond to our needs. Life is on.
Commercial real estate is changing, and Yardi has the right technology to power your strategy. Turn vacancy back into revenue with Yardi Cube, the award-winning solution that helps build a thriving co-working community. Improve energy operations with Yardi Pulse, the energy performance platform that helps you operate your buildings from anywhere. Drive asset performance with Yardi Elevate, the technology suite that connects every aspect of real estate operations. Yardi, energized.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem, as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Commercial real estate investment is complex and difficult to manage. DealPath makes it easy to focus on what matters. You can easily share documents with internal and external partners, with customizable access settings so people only see what's appropriate. DealPath organizes all your deal information, files, and communications in one place. DealPath's powerful reporting tools allow you to quickly analyze deals across your pipeline, so you can mitigate risks and execute flawlessly. DealPath. This is smart deal management.
AppSpace is the easiest way to engage with your team, no matter where they work. People and places have always been the foundation of a company's culture. These days, employee engagement is more important than ever. AppSpace helps deliver a single, unified voice across multiple devices and your technology investments. Share announcements, reminders, and other information that keeps employees informed whether they're at home, in the office, or on the go. Create a safe and efficient environment for your hybrid workplace. Employees and visitors can check in and reserve available desks, rooms, and even parking spaces. Reach every employee through AppSpace's integration with enterprise messaging tools like Microsoft Teams, WebEx Teams, and Slack, and track engagement through simple analytics and dashboards. See how many of the world's leading brands use AppSpace to power their hybrid workplace cultures. Enjoy simple team communications and space management solutions, all within one easy-to-use platform. Try for free at appspace.com.
The environment where we work should be a place that makes our comfort, security, health, and productivity the highest priority. The technologies needed to accomplish these results continue to grow in quantity and complexity at an increasing pace. In order for these systems to achieve an optimal workplace environment, they must be integrated with each other for seamless and efficient functionality. To reach these objectives, a master systems integrator is engaged to utilize an elite resource pool of engineers, technicians, software programmers, project managers, and cybersecurity professionals. A successful master systems integrator must be a collaboration partner and an exceptional communicator. The best integrators can respond and adapt at the speed of client requirements, customize the solution freely, and be agnostic to any and all hardware and software providers. Integrated Building Solutions has worked all over the globe, integrated over 24 million square feet of real estate, and have kept our clients loyal by exceeding their expectations for over 22 years, and believing what we do is to make the lives of our clients better.
Create a workplace that employees love with AppSpace. AppSpace is the only unified platform that simplifies employee communications and helps you manage your workplace. The modern workplace has changed. Employees want flexible work arrangements, which can create challenges for productivity, company culture, and your technology needs. The AppSpace platform combines digital signage, space reservation, an employee app, kiosks, visitor management, and content to help solve these challenges and build a successful hybrid workplace. Use AppSpace anywhere, easily integrating with your everyday tools. AppSpace helps you reach employees, keeping them engaged and improving productivity. Using the same app, your team can book rooms, desks, and resources, while you manage everything in one place. Companies all over the world trust AppSpace to help them create workplaces their employees love. Try for free at appspace.com.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have to wait. Gotta report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Realcomm Live this afternoon. We're joined by Benjamin Scheinwald, the CEO of BOMA Canada. Benjamin, thank you for being here with us today.
It's awesome to be here, Thano. You've encouraged me to come for a long time, as have others, and I'm thrilled at long last to finally be at Realcomm. It's awesome.
It's fantastic to see these associations coming together and really supporting the progression of technology in real estate. I'm interested from a BOMA perspective. What do we're obviously members and big participators in the organization, as we are in Realcomm with BOMA. What are you seeing across the membership base with respect to technology? Are people moving? Are they actually taking this stuff to heart and really doing it?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I mean, my view on it is that people are kind of beyond the sort of waking up scared moment, but not super far beyond that. There's sort of a bleeding edge that people like you represent, who are kind of running around evangelizing and saying, we've got to do this. And my sense is that there's not any resistance anymore.
Right.
But that the sort of end users, the internal end users, which is say your colleagues at Quadrail and other companies, not to pick on Quadrail, still have a journey to complete for them to appreciate why you're running around and encouraging them to adopt this technology. At the end of the day, technology is like a language. You speak it or you don't. I myself am no expert, and so you got to rely on the experts to guide you through.
Yeah, but I think the interesting thing is, regardless of the fact if you're an expert or not, and regardless of the fact if the membership base is an expert or not, there's real value that can be potentially derived for day-to-day operations for customer experience in ESG. ESG being the big one. You guys are a big proponent with BOMA Best. Sustainable buildings. Why don't you maybe give us a sense of how technology is maybe influencing the way that people are looking at ESG in the space?
So 1,000,000%. we have this sort of flagship program called BOMA Best, which you mentioned, which has historically been focused on sustainability. And it's a program that certifies the operations of existing buildings from a sustainability perspective. And thanks to you, but sincerely, right? You pulled me aside twice at a Realcomm-like event in Canada, and you said, listen, like, technology is today where sustainability was yesterday. And over a couple of breakfasts, you convinced me. And it's a journey that's had its ups and downs, as every journey has to have. But we're now at a point where we think that we're going to launch BOMA Best Smart Building certification very, very soon at our conference, BOMEX. You're all welcome to come to Prince Edward Islands in September. And we're going to try to create not just a certification, but a standard to kind of organize what it means to be a smart building, because QuadReal may be going off in this direction and company B in that direction, company C in another direction. The benefit of a standard is that you can all benchmark against each other and shape the standard as you go, so that you know that you're progressing.
Yeah, and I think it's fantastic because we're creating benchmarks that didn't exist. But for so long, technology and smart buildings have been about whatever the person that was building the building is telling you it was about. So it's fantastic to see a not-for-profit, for owners, by owners organization embracing technology and saying that we're going to help shape that standard and deliver it. Why don't you talk a little bit about it's actually very exciting. I'm very excited about it. A little bit about the membership base and the feedback from the community.
Sure. I mean, you're quite right. You hit the nail on the head with this is really by the industry for the industry. And I'd even go farther than that. It's by the owner-manager industry for the owner-manager industry. And we've deliberately left vendors out without any offense to them. We think it's actually in their enlightened self-interest for the owner-managers to determine where they want to go. So look, as you know, because of the way our financial institutions work in Canada, there are an unusually large number of gigantic real estate companies, QuadReal being an excellent example, and there's another half dozen or dozen or so of those. And they're all participating in this pilot, along with USAA here in the States, and a Mexican company as well. And frankly, what we've done is we've sort of convened you guys together and iteratively created content and questionnaires and points and so forth, and we're testing it right now. You guys have a building in the pilot. The pilot buildings include office, enclosed retail, multi-res, multi-unit, and so forth. And it's never going to stop because technology doesn't stop. But we can continue to sort of iterate it and innovate it and get it closer and closer over the course of time to match your needs. And I mean, you as an example.
Sure.
And we're super excited to launch it at our conference, BOMEX, in September.
No, it's fascinating. It's absolutely what this industry needs. We need to be able to benchmark our buildings. We need to be able to have something to work towards. And there's no better, in my opinion, there's no better body than BOMA to lead that standard. We talked a little bit about ESG, maybe as we close this out. Smart buildings, as we mentioned, and ESG and BOMA Best sustainability and BOMA Best smart buildings. Maybe you can give the folks that are watching a bit of an understanding of the intersection between the standards and how everything's going to work together.
Yeah. Awesome question. And in fact, there's actually a third prong. So sustainability continues to be our legacy program, but I don't mean that in a negative way. We just have a hell of a head of steam there. Smart is coming up as we speak, and then we're going to launch as well a healthy prong as well. And our idea is that, I've heard the term certification fatigue here at Realcomm, and I heard it on my first day of work at BOMA Canada 10 years ago. So we're trying to make the certification process itself more efficient by having all of the areas that organizations want to certify in a one-stop shop. So for example, if you take a building from QuadReal or anybody else, or a portfolio, because we offer portfolio level certification as well, you may have already completed the sustainability components and earned your sustainability certification under BOMA Best. Under our new software, which we're launching in September, you will complete that process for a given building, and it'll say, congratulations, your building is BOMA Best Gold, let's say. By the way, do you know that you've actually already completed I'm making this up, 33% of the SMART certification, and you're on your way to a silver or platinum or whatever.
Right.
So the idea is to try to grab those cross-references and those links and make them efficient for you guys, because at the end of the day, they're driving towards a common end. And for the time being, we have those 3 prongs. I think they're the right prongs to have, but I think it's an open question as to whether or not they actually merge over time or separate further, because SMART and sustainability are intimately connected.
They certainly are. You can't really have one without the other. Realizing net zero goals aren't going to be terribly easy if you don't have the right technology in your building. So why don't we talk a little bit about the third prong, the healthy building piece. It's obviously been a piece that's been significantly accelerated by COVID, but was always important. So why don't you just share BOMA's perspective on healthy buildings?
Sure. So if I said before that sustainability is our legacy program and SMART is sort of today's program, healthy is tomorrow, but I mean tomorrow like tomorrow. So we're working on it now. Similarly to SMART, we talk about healthy buildings. Joe Allen was here yesterday.
Right.
He's awesome. And
fantastic speaker.
We had him at our conference, and read his book if you haven't read his book. It's just fantastic. And yet there's also a similarity in the sense that what is a healthy building? How do you have a standard around a healthy building? How do you drive health across different imperatives? And actually, interestingly, in the case of health, there can actually be cross-cutting interests vis-a-vis sustainability, like fresh air, for instance. Sustainability would say, make that sucker airtight for efficiency, and health would say, bring in as much fresh air as you can. So there's a tension to resolve.
Competing factors.
Exactly. And technology is arguably in the middle, saying, what do you want, guys? We'll deliver it for you. But I mean, there's no question coming out of COVID that this is an issue, and it's beyond having fresh fruit at in the kitchenette. It's about, as Joe points out in his book, I think we are now in the 21st century an indoor species. Here we are in Orlando. How much time do you spend outdoors in this heat?
Places are massive. We walk the entire way and we're indoors the entire time.
Absolutely. And our ancestors weren't that way. Mm-hmm. They lived outdoors or barely indoors. So we got to make sure that we're living healthy in our buildings.
No, that's fantastic. Ben, thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks everybody for watching today on Realcomm Live, and stay tuned for the next session. Have a fantastic day.
And thank you, Thano. This has been an awesome conversation.
Thanks
for your leadership.
Cheers.
In this data-driven era, high-performing cars and buildings need an open and standard way to express key performance indicators. For your projects, you are the driver, and Niagara is the engine. This is where you start your journey.
Ready to reconceive, reshape, renew, and rebuild? We're talking buildings of the future. It's the perfect time to renew our living ecosystems to be smarter, safer, sustainable. Retrofit with the hardware, software, and services that create real resilience. Redesign with more digital, more electric, and more efficiency. Retool so they revise, react, and respond to our needs. Life is on.
Commercial real estate is changing, and Yardi has the right technology to power your strategy. Turn vacancy back into revenue with Yardi Cube, the award-winning solution that helps build a thriving co-working community. Improve energy operations with Yardi Pulse, the energy performance platform that helps you operate your buildings from anywhere. Drive asset performance with Yardi Elevate, the technology suite that connects every aspect of real estate operations. Yardi, energized.
Real Foundations is a professional services firm focused on helping companies that develop, own, operate, or invest in real estate make smarter, more profitable decisions. From the building itself to the way it's developed, operated, and capitalized, no firm understands the inner workings of the entire real estate ecosystem as well as Real Foundations. We make real estate run better.
Commercial real estate investment is complex and difficult to manage. DealPath makes it easy to focus on what matters. You can easily share documents with internal and external partners, with customizable access settings so people only see what's appropriate. DealPath organizes all your deal information, files, and communications in one place. DealPath's powerful reporting tools allow you to quickly analyze deals across your pipeline, so you can mitigate risks and execute flawlessly. DealPath. This is smart deal management.
All right, here we are, getting close to the bewitching hour, 3 o'clock, 4 days, Monday, Tuesday, pre-con, opening yesterday, 4th day, still a buzz. I mean, it's amazing that after a 4-day event, people are still in the room, people like you. I mean, and it's not just that they're in the room. I mean, these are some of the smartest people I know, and they're still walking around, having conversations, making connections. It totally amazes me because I've been to a lot of conferences. Usually by noon, everybody's gone. But these people are committed to what they're doing, and they're having fun. So I am with a, I would put at this point not just an associate, but a friend. We became, it's like somebody yesterday said to me, "I have found my people."
Right.
Emmanuel Daniel with Microsoft is the guy in charge of the digital transformation of the Microsoft campus. And we've been up there a number of times over the years. Early in my career, I'd been up there. And we had an old picture that we just swapped out that was the old campus, and this is the new campus. And I look at that and I go, not just does it look pretty, but we're going to talk about, what it is that you are doing. But before we go there, I like setting the stage to get some context. Why don't you spend a couple minutes and just tell people about your Middle East experience, about your Singapore, just a little journey, because to take on a project like that, you have to have some credentials. So why don't you give them an idea?
Yeah, I would love to. So smart buildings for me started out in Singapore. It started off as smart cities. How do we help transform the landscape of Singapore to drive better efficiency and optimization of buildings?
Right.
That then allowed me to then say that, hey, it's not just about energy efficiency and asset optimization. How do we keep the occupants in that building happy, engaged, and satisfied?
Healthy.
And healthy as well. And that's where the entire spin that energy and sustainability are foundational. But occupant engagement, where you're able to delight the occupants, is critical as well for them to use your asset and to make that asset effective. And that's where we started doing a lot of design work on what smart experiential buildings are in Asia, across Asia Pacific. We went down to the Middle East. In the Middle East, we ended up working on numerous projects out in Oman, and then in Sharjah. In Sharjah, we did the beer building.
I remember,
which is the iconic building that is shaped like a sand dune, where it is the first AI-enabled building.
Is it really? I mean, are they really using AI? I mean, can you see it, feel it, experience it?
When you talk about the services the building has to provide, the goal is to make it intelligent so that every building by itself is able to optimize itself and offer services that a user
Continuous commissioning.
Continuous commissioning, where a building is never outdated. And one thing that we try to emphasize is your data is only as good as how real-time it is. I could have done something 6 months ago, but it could have faded away.
You know what I love is your global perspective, so you get to see how people are doing with it. A good part of my smart building journey actually started in Singapore.
Wow.
We did a tour in 2004 and Capitol Towers. I don't know if you've ever head of GIC.
Yep.
Yeah. And we went in, I think I tried to introduce you to a friend of mine there, Harry Singham. I don't know if you guys ever got connected.
Oh, we did.
Okay, so Harry was the guy behind that vision. And we're sitting there and I go, he goes, yeah, he says, if the phone rings, the toilet will flush. I mean, that's how automated it was, right?
Right.
And I said, so who's going to support all this? And he says, the engineers. And I go, the building engineers where I come from aren't coming. And he pointed these two guys, button-down shirts, more like IT guys. And
Right.
And there was 6, 7 real estate guys there, and they're like, and so he said, yeah, he said, in the future, IT, and this was 20 years ago.
Yep.
And so why was Singapore so onto this so early?
So, there are a lot of motivating factors. I think Singapore is a small country, highly educated, and the motivation always to drive towards excellence.
Right.
So how can I make things better, right? At the same time, there is also population challenges that the country goes through.
Right.
So it's about driving efficiency not only of the assets, but of the people as well. And then if you have people always like to grow. So it's no longer about facilities management, but it is building management, where the FM operator now transforms into a building manager, and they use data, insights, and analytics to be able to make their buildings better perform.
Yeah, now we were talking earlier about the global perspective, and nobody better than you to say, yeah, that region gets it, that region doesn't. But you're telling me that what you're doing in Redmond is setting new standards at a global level. So
it is.
So some of that innovation, those benchmarks are actually coming back to the United States. A lot of projects in this room, but let's talk about what your role is in this project. I mean, do you pick the technology? I mean, what does an 8-hour day look like for you?
Well, the 8-hour days are extremely packed.
It's 16, 20-hour days, sorry.
So my role on the East Campus Modernization Program is I take care of the digital transformation. What that means is, what kind of experiences do people want to see when they come into physical spaces? What does that experience mean? And it's not just about defining the experience, translating that into data that is needed to deliver the experience. Once the data has been identified, then we talk about the devices, the sensors, and the assets that go into those buildings.
So you start with the business, personal, human objective first.
The goal is
which is the absolute right way to do it.
Right. If a human is not going to use that space becomes ineffective. And one of my goals is to ensure people love walking into these buildings.
Well, and especially after the pandemic where everybody doesn't want to go back anywhere. They want to stay home, right? I mean, and, frankly, there's a lot of people, they don't come to, they're not part of this community that say, get back to the office. It's like, wait a minute. and a friend of mine who's been in this business for 25 years, noted consultant, said, you got to make the commute worth it. If you're still going to ask me to commute, when I get here, this better be better than when that cube farm that I left.
Beautiful.
So when they do get back, what's going to be different in the campus?
So Jim, I think you hit the nail on the head. You have to motivate people that the trip to the office is worth it. So when we deal with situations like this, for us, it's about saying, how do you want to get to work? Getting to work on your own terms. Are you going to drive? Are you going to ride share? It's a beautiful day. Are you going to walk? After you get to work, what kind of food do you want to eat? How do you tantalize your senses? How do you want to work? Do you want to work in a nice, beautiful, crowded setting like this, or do you need a quiet, dedicated time? Or do you want to work in an outdoor space because you love nature? Hey, you want to have an ad hoc collaboration session with your friends.
So you can have a treehouse office?
We do.
Because I like tree houses.
we have tree houses as well. So in case
really? I was joking. You're serious. Take my laptop, good wireless, and I'm ready to go.
You could, and that's the beauty of it.
Wow. You're literally going to have a tree house.
We do. We have tree houses today. Next time you're there, I'll take you there myself.
Yeah, we're going to have a cup of tea in the tree house. I love that. Or a beer or something. Yeah. Wow.
Because the goal for us is the office can be anywhere.
Right.
But not only inside the building, but outside the building as well. The key is making that space effective so you can seamlessly work indoors and outdoors in a setting that makes sense for you.
So when I set foot in one of these new buildings, am I going to be able to tell this is not a normal building? Like is it going to look, feel, smell like the future?
So once you enter the building, you will have a plethora of services that are offered to you in terms of saying, hey, Jim, what do you want to do today? How do you want to work? Who do you want to go and meet? Or what style of a meeting would you like to run? And oh, by the way, Jim, you have all these interests. Why don't you go try them out? And we have this unique dining experience curated for you. Wow. The building is like your own personal agent serving you and taking care of your needs.
Did you find products off the shelf, or did you have to get some Microsoft people in there stitching all this together?
It's a combination, Jim. We are a very partner-driven organization. So we work with multiple partners, and many of them are actually here, and we bumped into most of them. But at the same time, we took the thought leadership in the industry to demonstrate, hey guys, if we all work together, we can create better, stronger products. And so we built some, we bought some, and we are co-working with some.
And it's nice that you've got one of the largest, most successful tech companies in the world to be able to call on some folks to give you a hand on this.
Yep.
So NEC, you said you're going to get one building commission, and it's going to, that's kind of the next goal line. Once that's up and running, what happens on the campus, and then how does that, roll out globally?
So the goal is experiences are global. We create experiences so that any workspace Microsoft has will be able to consume those experiences. That's what we are after.
Really? So it's a standard that can just be...
Beautifully said. So we are creating standards from these experiences, and these standards will be rolled out across our portfolio. Because the whole aspect for us is, if you go into any Microsoft property anywhere, you should get the same level of experience that you would get on our East Campus.
So do you consider that from the standpoint of a workforce that's hard to attract, a lot of competition, a lot of pushback? So do you feel that this is going to be something that you offer to these people, saying this is a different kind of place to work? Whether you're at home in London, Redmond, you're going to feel the Microsoft brand.
So I would extend that a little more. I would say it's not only this workforce, but it is the future workforce as well. If they bring their friends, their kids, their family, and they walk into a Microsoft building, our goal is the kid goes inside, looks at the building and says, Mom and Dad, I love this place. This is where I want to work because this place is so cool. That's what we're after.
So you're a guy who's got a smart building, campus district perspective, probably top 1% of even our world because of what you've done. you've also got a global perspective. In 30 seconds, because we're out of time, what do you say to the world as far as your journey, what to expect, or more importantly, what advice would you give to them?
Right, I would say the most important aspect is you design buildings for the people. Focus on engaging them and the experiences that would delight them, and that will drive the integration, consumption, and effectiveness of that space, and that is success.
Yeah. So well said. I mean, and sometimes the real estate, the brick and mortar people get so excited about the brick, which is great. The tech people get so excited about the tech, but in the end of the day, these structures are there to serve human beings, period. And if they don't work functionally or from an inspiration standpoint, then they're not working.
Agree.
Manuel, thank you so much. So good to see you.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great conversation. Awesome.
Owners and property management companies. That's our target client, and they have unique needs with regard to invoicing, purchasing, etc., that we are able to anticipate and accommodate.
5Q services have evolved significantly over time as our clients' needs have evolved. And we started by providing IT strategy and bringing in vendors to do various aspects of IT operations like help desk and network operations and data center operations. And very soon in our life, we took over and provided 100% of the IT needs for commercial real estate owners and operators.
To learn more about 5Q's technology and cybersecurity services, visit 5qcloud.com or email us directly at info@5qcloud.com.
When you're home, you know how to stay connected to everything you need. You've implemented technologies to enable convenience and comfort, which is what being at home is all about. So what about work? Shouldn't your tenants feel as connected in a place they spend close to half their lives? With Hqos, they can. Hqos is a tenant experience operating system for commercial office buildings that connects employees to the communities in and around their building by empowering them with tools to control their workday. We live in a world where experience drives behavior. The better the experience your tenants have, the more likely you are to retain them while attracting new tenants. With the Tenant App, you can simplify a tenant's day with 24/7 on-demand access to programming, amenities, and retail. Everything from accessing a building, booking a conference room, to ordering lunch in one easy-to-use app. Think of it as a universal remote for the building. Owners and property teams benefit too. The Hqos Marketplace is designed to reduce complexity when implementing new technologies. Whether your asset and property teams need a new visitor management software or help finding local yoga classes to offer their tenants, they can use the Marketplace to help save time on procurement and accelerate innovation within their buildings. Finally, Hqos allows your team to use data to make critical decisions across your portfolio and differentiate your assets. Working behind the scenes, the Digital Grid is an analytics offering designed to capture data on the technologies, amenities, people, and spaces in your building. We created the Digital Grid to help you organize your portfolio data and plug into an established network of interconnected data.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and I'm pleased to be here with Joe Consolo. Joe's industry principal for Yardi Energy. And Joe, good to have you with us.
Hi, Howard. Nice to be here. Thank you.
So, so how's the conference been for you so far?
The conference has been great. There's been a lot of great conversations. There's been a lot of great follow-ups that are going to come from it, and a lot of great sessions that I've been to. So very, very happy with the conference.
A lot of people have been showing an interest in Yardi Energy products.
Yeah, there's been a lot of interest in our energy products. You know, ESG is one of the hottest topics these days. We're in the center of that, so we've been having a lot of conversations about ESG and the rest of our product line.
We'll come back to the ESG in a minute. Could you just take a minute and tell us a little bit about your background?
Sure.
What brought you to Yardi, and maybe a little bit, about Yardi Energy, kind of the roadmap in the evolution of the Yardi Energy products.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Went to Ohio State University for welding engineering. Then went back and got an MBA from Case Western up in Cleveland, and along the way, I've been in and out of the energy field, and I started with manufacturing, dealing in oil and gas, and then I got into medical diagnostics, kind of took a right turn there, but then back into kind of residential energy, and then with Yardi 6 years ago, working with Anit Yardi, who wanted some help with his energy division, and so I joined Yardi. And I started running East Coast and Canadian operations for our operations team, and now I focus on kind of global energy strategy for Yardi.
What were the early energy initiatives at Yardi, products and initiatives? What do they look like, and how have they changed over the years?
Yeah, so Yardi got into energy through acquisition. We're always looking to add more value for our clients, and our clients were looking for utility billing solutions and utility invoice processing solutions. And so we made 2 acquisitions around 2009, 2010, and did that for a few years. And then clients started to want some more from us, and we started helping them, like, for example, with Energy Star. Mm-hmm. And so we already had the utility data. It was leveraging that utility data and our ability to work with utility vendors to then use that same data for Energy Star reporting and helping them with their compliance. And then when they started getting into Energy Star, they said, I need to become more efficient. And Yardi then made a couple more acquisitions with energy efficiency products, where we're able to now also not just help you with compliance reporting, but then help you reduce your energy consumption. Mm-hmm. And we have been continuing to build to the portfolio every year through helping people procuring energy and now helping people with additional compliance reporting and so on. So we're going to continue to help grow our clients, kind of, I would say, product offering for to help our clients grow.
What really opened my eyes, I remember back, honestly, I don't remember the year, and it may have been with the Interalliance product, when Yardi, I think, made a pivotal move to acquire an energy company where they could actually start taking data directly from the meter and pull that into the enterprise.
That's right.
Right into the accounting system. And that was the first that we'd seen truly of operational technology, energy, converged into an enterprise process like billing or accounts payable. And that opened up the opportunity to be able to do real-time billing to tenants.
That's right.
With actual utilization.
That's exactly right. And you know, people find a lot of value because they get the security of the Yardi cloud and all the online access and credentials, and they go between apps. They just switch between apps, and they don't have to reset. They don't have to do any integrations. And so, yeah, you could take everything from your portfolio level view and then drill all the way down to specific meters and back up again with a few clicks of a button. Yeah. And if I want to go from what my meter data looks like to what the utility bill was that correlates with that, and to see what I'm actually being charged, very easy to do.
And that brings up an interesting topic on metering and sub-metering. I'm going to hold off on maybe for a couple of minutes on that, but I do want to come back to that.
Sure.
how is Yardi, let me ask you, ESG is the topic du jour. It's on everybody's lips, from boardrooms down, small companies to large. We're seeing everything from SEC requirements to a lot of local and regional regulation around it. How is Yardi helping their clients navigate through this, through all of this ever-changing and evolving ESG?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, the last I looked, there's over 200 global ESG standards out there. And one of the things that Yardi tries to do is provide solutions that help our clients meet those. One thing that's common across the board is whole building data. You have to get whole building energy, water, and waste data to be able to report to literally all of these standards. Also, green loans follow the same requirements. Investors generally are looking for the same, and that whole building data then correlates to your greenhouse gas emissions. And so we are helping clients is maximizing their whole building data coverage through kind of a layered approach of solutions. And you talked about metering. That's one of the tools that we can use to help round that out. And it's something that not too many people are applying today that we're finding to be extremely valuable to help people get that data.
Now, how do you counsel clients if you're trying to build a whole building monitoring solution to instrument their buildings so that they can pull the data from all of those resources?
Yeah. So first, we're going to always start with what can we get direct from utilities. When you go outside of an Energy Star jurisdiction, that's where that breaks down. And you have to come up with more creative solutions. And so a really simple approach could be going behind the utilities and manually reading their meters. We have a meter reading app that we can go on site and do it, or we can have the clients read their own. That is a very low-tech, very quick solution.
Is that some kind of an inductance attachment to existing box or meter?
Actually, it's a smartphone app. So connected directly to Yardi software, where you're able to just go read a utility meter.
Really?
But then we have automated solutions. And so we'll put a communication network in place. It could be tied to a utility billing submetering system. It could be tied to a commercial BMS system. And then we'll install metering equipment in the buildings. And it could be just to shadow meter utilities to make sure you're getting whole building, or it could also be to submeter and to actually get tenant space data. And you can get anywhere from daily down to 15-minute interval data that can be used not just for ESG reporting, but then identifying where you have opportunities to drive energy efficiency. So where are my inefficient areas or inefficient buildings? Then you can then make your changes, monitor the progress, and then make sure you're holding the gains. Because we've seen a lot of projects where they put solutions in place only for people to make changes and not recognize it fast enough. And that's one of the things you can do with these metering solutions.
Yeah, important. So being instrumented, being able to pull that data allows you to do a lot of other things, including fault detection and ADR and rudimentary analytics.
You got it. So that same foundation that we put in can be used for fault detection, and then you can layer other products on top of that, like a fully automated building optimization system, like for HVAC systems, which is using AI to automatically control all of your equipment in the building to minimize energy and optimize tenant comfort.
What I was going to ask is, are you seeing any, and this, we're going to wrap up with this, because are you seeing any interesting new technologies come down the pike that are going to help, that will be helping Yardi clients and building owners better assess, understand, manage their energy use, both for ESG reporting purposes and to just optimize efficiency?
Yeah, so it's funny, as I've been talking to more people, I've been getting a lot of questions about, well, it's great that you can control my HVAC system to my set points, but can you tie it to occupancy?
That's
and what I would say is that buildings need to be reconfigured to tie it to occupancy to actually drive efficiency. And I'll give you an example. If you just had a floor of a building, maybe break it into a quad that is actually partitioned. Fill up quad number 1 and only turn on the HVAC for that.
For that zone.
Yeah. When you have more people coming into the office, turn on zone number 2. And if you don't, all that's being heated and cooled is zone number 1.
Mm-hmm.
But the buildings aren't set up that way yet. And there's people that have sensing technology, then there's people like Yardi that have energy efficiency equipment, and then also the occupancy data. All that just needs to be brought together, but the infrastructure
But
of
if
the
it's
building.
not ducted and zoned properly, then it doesn't, you know.
So where I could see this going is, I could see it going down that direction.
Yeah, as I do too. Well, I just noticed that we're out of time.
All right.
It went too fast. Joe, that was wonderful. Thank you. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you, Howard.
Yes.
Secure allows for detailed information to be displayed comprehensively by offering map views of all linked devices and sensors, as well as graphs, heat maps, and even custom alerts and notifications. It monitors air quality, occupancy rates, water leaks, waste management, carbon emissions, and overall energy consumption, keeping any space in an optimal condition and supporting ESG requirements. Owners, managers, occupants, service providers, and even visitors can view all this information in real time at the click of a button on any device. Secure easily integrates with existing systems and devices, saving significant capital expenses. In-building assets can also be tracked and maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on how a building or space is being used enables the provision of inspiring and engaging facilities to its inhabitants.
The world around us moves all the time. Finance, laws, technologies, people, all of them spinning faster than ever. Billions of data points that could transform the performance of assets across the globe. If only we could harness them. If only we could bring them together. That's why Altus has set out on a journey to re-engineer the way that real estate assets are bought, sold, financed, and managed. We're connecting the data that brings real assets into sharp focus, erasing the motion blur that's holding back the industry, and transforming raw numbers into real estate intelligence on demand. With new techniques, machine learning, and alternative data sets built on solid technical foundations and across every part of the real estate value chain, we are offering new ways to learn from the data that swirls around real estate. We call this intelligence as a service. Intelligence as a service is the next step for the industry. It's the next step for Altus Group, and we want it to be the next step for you. At Altus, we're building the future. Join us.
All it takes is a single vision to spark a new reality. Visions can have a mind of their own, shifting, growing, and changing entirely. Small notions turn into big ideas.
Hi, and welcome to the Aussie section of Realcomm IBCom. We've taken over here, the Aussies, otherwise known as the state of the Australian smart building market. So my name's Bruce Dysart, and I'm the Principal Director of Melt Strategies. We're a smart building consultant, and we work in the property market across Australia, working with these guys. There's two gentlemen here. So right here on my right here, I have
Ramesh Narayanan from Mirvac, National Manager of Asset Technology.
Yep.
And Dave Palin, I'm the National ESG Manager for Mirvac's II Integrated Investment Portfolio.
Yeah, well, great to see you here, guys. And usually it's a pretty good Aussie contingent. And as we go out around the booths and so forth, we quite often see a lot of Australian companies and other people working in other businesses that who are Australian. So we've traditionally had a pretty good presence here, and it's always sort of good to get out. And it's been a while since we've actually been out, let out of the country and into the States and so forth. So it's good to mix up there. So I think. Characteristically, Australians have been known for a lot of things and doing things slightly, a little bit differently, a little bit sort of irreverent at times, which sometimes get people, but I guess we're sort of honest and straight up and so forth. So, what do you think? How do you think that Australians are characterised when you're out there?
Do you want me to go?
I'll go first. From an ESG perspective, quite aggressive. A world leader, the world rating tools all kind of know that Mirvac as one of the Australian A-REITs, Australian Real Estate Investment Trusts, are aggressive in terms of sustainability, and we're pushing the boundaries. So in terms of ESG, I think we're one of the world leaders. And I think in technology, we've been in that kind of space as well.
Yeah, I think punching above our weight would be the way I'd say it. Companies like Atlassian coming out of Australia.
Yes, absolutely.
So we've got this innovative culture, give it a crack. I think we also cut through bullshit pretty quickly as well. I think that's part of our DNA is to sort of make sure that we're sticking to the script and we're doing things that actually make sense and add value.
I think it's fair to say, Bruce, it's been a big differentiator for us in Australia. Both the technology piece and the ESG have both been big differentiators, and we've seen some good alignment in the way that we work with our investors and also our customers. So I think overall it's been good for Australia.
Yeah, I think we've got a pretty sort of innovative culture, which also goes back to our heritage and having to have survived, and I guess been challenged a bit by the British. We won't go there. That culture has really sort of come through. But as a result, there's been some pretty amazing innovative companies that have come out. So people like Switch Automation, we know, and Sign, Cognian, Equium. Out there, Bueno out there, Exogenics.
Well, I think
who else? Willow.
I think you should mention yourselves there, Bruce, and Meld.
Thank you.
Certainly Meld would be on that list. I think certainly Bueno that we've worked with Bueno. You've got companies like VAE, which started as a mechanical contractor and then came into more the integration space. I think we've seen a lot of evolution over a period of time as well. So you've seen a number of those companies you mentioned as startups. And I think a lot of it is around the knowledge those companies bring.
Yeah. And I think also another thing is that being in Australia, things are slightly different. So we've had to sort of adapt and had an opportunity to have a look at what we're seeing out here in places like Realcomm, to have a look at the different sort of vendors and products they've got firsthand, but then trying to translate that and goes, well, what would actually work in our environment? Is it compatible with our electrical system or a communications frequency, for example, that might work here, but it's not permissible over there? So we've had to kind of adapt and so forth there. And I think I was explaining, we're having a bit of discussion pre this conference about that, saying, we end up sort of having to filter things a bit to arrive at kind of, selectively what we see as some of the best in the industry. But,
I think we've also been fortunate in terms of position of the Australian Real Estate Investment Trust. So the large owners probably make up 60% of the market. So because it's seen as a differentiator, people have been willing to try things, willing to work with innovators like yourselves in the industry. So that's been positive for everybody.
Yeah, that's great. So back to the topic of smart buildings. So obviously, I mean, we've been in the space here for 9 years now, right? So we were probably, I think we're pretty sure we're the first in the industry to specialise just in doing smart building, consultancy and so forth. So, and I remember in my time back in Len Lee's days, trying to get people their head around, well, what does this mean? Is it an intelligent building? Is it a smart building? Is it a something? Don't know. So what do you think that the current market awareness is of smart buildings, and the people that you talk with and your clients and customers and so forth, are they aware of what a smart building actually is?
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting more and more sophisticated. I think a few things have probably driven that. You think about cybersecurity and that topic in boards and things of that nature. Large corporates are now finding that really critical, and that's sort of just started to filter down to what does our buildings have in that space. And then data, like suddenly, you guys call it data, suddenly there's all these really sophisticated customers out there who are saying, what's all this information that are coming out of our buildings? How do we get a piece of it? And we don't, as you sort of touched on, Dave, like, Mirvac manage, we do the all end-to-end integrated model, and so we've got this opportunity really to dictate what goes into the building so that we can manage it into perpetuity. So that gives us this this ability to try and get in there and really understand what our customers need and make sure that we're there for that whole journey with them.
I think we're cutting through the hype a bit as well, and you've said it a number of times around technology data is an enabler.
Yeah.
We're a property company.
Yep.
But it's an enabler to what we do. It's an enabler to all the functions, whether it be leasing or ESG. So that's why it's so important.
Yeah. And I think kind of the terminology there is a really good sort of thing that's sort of taken some time to get people's head around, so we've all consistently now can call it a smart building, for example.
Yeah.
And it's not dissimilar to the journey that you've been on for much longer time on the sustainability side of things. Well, when everyone first started on that, and they're saying, well, what is a smart building? Oh, sorry, what is a green building?
Yes.
Right? And, what does that really mean, and so forth. So that's all.
That's matured over time, absolutely. And I must admit, I've shamelessly stolen Ram's interpretation many times in terms of what's a smart building. It's something that can integrate technology at any time into the future to improve, whether it's ESG, whether it's amenity, whether it's return on investment, whatever it is, we can integrate it.
Yeah. So we've said Australians are a little bit different in their thinking and so forth from there. What are some of the different things about the Australian technology environment, or the way we organise buildings, or just generally we structure our assets and so forth, do you think that's unique about the Australian market compared to the US market, for example?
Can I maybe start just from a Mirvac perspective, and you would know this as well from Lendlease days. We're lucky, and there's a couple of us in the market who are developers, constructors, owners, operators. So that gives us a different view. We look at a long-term view. We're a keeper of assets.
Yes.
So that actually flavours the way that we look at the intelligent buildings as well, in that we're looking for long-term value, not a short-term return.
Yep.
So it's certainly helped us in terms of looking at them, and we have a slightly different view of them because of that. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
I think in terms of the overall market, though, did you want to touch?
Yeah, look, I think like walking around to the different stores and talking to people here, one thing that really stands out is the way that things like mobile coverage is delivered in buildings. Like there is no concept of a neutral host DAS in Australia.
Yep.
It's led by three carriers who we point, and so we call them the cartel, and they dictate the terms. We build and then hand over this equipment to them. And so we lose a lot of that control. And so things like that, what you're hearing happens here is sort of music to our ears, but it's something that we haven't been able to embrace yet. So I think they're things that we'll be taking back to talk to the carriers about. But that's one thing that really stands out. Every time you talk to these guys about 5G, it seems like a much easier problem to solve.
I would say similar on the actual BMCS, BAS, whatever we want to call it.
Yep.
We've seen, I think, a reluctance in Australia to move to the master systems integrator model. I remember talking to you about this quite some time ago, and not getting the take-up in Australia, where I think now we are starting to see that come through.
Again, I think it's the terminology and the role is now defined more clearly because they understand what the outputs really are and what they actually do.
But I think the important thing here, Bruce, is, and I think you mentioned this years ago as well, the independence needs to be independent.
Yes.
So it's not a ventigrator, as we call them, in terms of, well, we're vertically integrated, we just use our products.
Yep.
We go out there and we find the best products for our clients.
Yeah.
And I think that's, again, where we're a little bit behind in terms of Australia. It's a little bit different, but I think we are slowly catching up there.
Yeah. Another big sort of takeout for me is how there's a lot more owner-occupied stock here than there is in Australia, right? Really big difference. So therefore, a lot more emphasis on the converged network here, and having both IT and OT stuff on there as well, which is just like sort of blows our brain a bit, right? Sorry about that. But it does.
Totally.
And
I think that's a fair
we keep these separate and air gapped, basically, is the way it is in Australia. So you have a base building network, and then you have a occupant tenant network.
And this is how we've come to the energy piece as well. Base building and tenants are separate in Australia. Our customers are separate. They're on separate networks on the whole.
Yep.
And we look at the data in the same way.
Yeah. So, look, we've only got 15 seconds left, so, if we had beers here, we could just keep on talking, forever, in true Aussie style, and you brought in a meat pie halfway, we'd all good. So, look, just to wrap up on here, what would you see as one last sort of big key issue that you see in the industry that needs to be sort of solved moving forward in Australia?
I think from a tech perspective, it's the hype. It's trying to control that there's so much out there. There's so many different companies that
the
are
noise.
The noise, exactly right.
How do you cut through the noise? You need to come to things like this, right? Quite often you're going around things like and going, where's the leadership group here now to come through and be exposed and stuff as well? Noise.
Spot on.
How do you cut through that?
Extracting the value from the data. We're getting a lot more data. We're getting better quality data. How do we extract more value? How do we start to normalize it, tag it, whatever?
Yeah. So, well, I think that sort of pretty much takes us to the end of our little soiree into everything that's going on in Australia. Not everything that's going on, but there's the highlights, and two learned colleagues here, Ramesh and David here, know a lot about the industry, and thanks for having us and being here to speak at Realcomm, and see you next year.
Thanks, Bruce. Thanks, Realcomm.
Thanks.
AppSpace is the easiest way to engage with your team, no matter where they work. People and places have always been the foundation of a company's culture. These days, employee engagement is more important than ever. AppSpace helps deliver a single, unified voice across multiple devices and your technology investments. Share announcements, reminders, and other information that keeps employees informed whether they're at home, in the office, or on the go. Create a safe and efficient environment for your hybrid workplace. Employees and visitors can check in and reserve available desks, rooms, and even parking spaces. Reach every employee through AppSpace's integration with enterprise messaging tools like Microsoft Teams, WebEx Teams, and Slack, and track engagement through simple analytics and dashboards. See how many of the world's leading brands use AppSpace to power their hybrid workplace cultures. Enjoy simple team communications and space management solutions, all within one easy-to-use platform. Try for free at appspace.com.
The environment where we work should be a place that makes our comfort, security, health, and productivity the highest priority. The technologies needed to accomplish these results continue to grow in quantity and complexity at an increasing pace. In order for these systems to achieve an optimal workplace environment, they must be integrated with each other for seamless and efficient functionality. To reach these objectives, a master systems integrator is engaged to utilize an elite resource pool of engineers, technicians, software programmers, project managers, and cybersecurity professionals. A successful master systems integrator must be a collaboration partner and an exceptional communicator. The best integrators can respond and adapt at the speed of client requirements, customize the solution freely, and be agnostic to any and all hardware and software providers. Integrated Building Solutions has worked all over the globe, integrated over 24 million square feet of real estate, and have kept our clients loyal by exceeding their expectations for over 22 years, and believing what we do is to make the lives of our clients better.
Create a workplace that employees love with AppSpace. AppSpace is the only unified platform that simplifies employee communications and helps you manage your workplace. The modern workplace has changed. Employees want flexible work arrangements, which can create challenges for productivity, company culture, and your technology needs. The AppSpace platform combines digital signage, space reservation, an employee app, kiosks, visitor management, and content to help solve these challenges and build a successful hybrid workplace. Use AppSpace anywhere, easily integrating with your everyday tools. AppSpace helps you reach employees, keeping them engaged and improving productivity. Using the same app, your team can book rooms, desks, and resources, while you manage everything in one place. Companies all over the world trust AppSpace to help them create workplaces their employees love. Try for free at appspace.com.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have to wait. Got a report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, I'm Rao Mulpuri, and along with my colleagues, over the last 12 years, we've been building View to transform the day-to-day window. The smart window controls heat and glare, eliminates blinds and shades, and provides view and natural light all the time. Because we have a highly connected system, we're able to bring a whole host of smart building applications. For example, this video you're watching is coming to you through the View Smart Display, which is a high-definition display that's installed right into the window. Also on this platform, we have a sensor array that has a number of environmental sensors. And these can be used in order to control the environment precisely for the health and wellness of the people. These new applications transform buildings into living spaces that help us engage, interact, and communicate with each other. The buildings will be transformed into high-speed 5G cell towers with complete wireless coverage. Now that the blinds are lifted, these humanized spaces will keep us entertained while keeping us connected to natural light and views of the outdoors. And we're just getting started.
Introducing Secure, a digital twin platform for the built environment, which captures and displays sensory data from IoT devices, providing real-time insights into spaces. Secure allows for detailed information to be displayed comprehensively by offering map views of all linked devices and sensors, as well as graphs, heat maps, and even custom alerts and notifications. It monitors air quality, occupancy rates, water leaks, waste management, carbon emissions, and overall energy consumption, keeping any space in an optimal condition and supporting ESG requirements. Owners, managers, occupants, service providers, and even visitors can view all this information in real time at the click of a button on any device. Secure easily integrates with existing systems and devices, saving significant capital expenses. In-building assets can also be tracked and maintained, improving their life cycles. Centrally managing and running a digital twin is just the beginning. Getting real-time data on how a building or space is being used enables the provision of inspiring and engaging facilities to its inhabitants.
The world around us moves all the time. Finance, laws, technologies, people, all of them spinning faster than ever. Billions of data points that could transform the performance of assets across the globe. If only we could harness them. If only we could bring them together. That's why Altus has set out on a journey to re-engineer the way that real estate assets are bought, sold, financed, and managed. We're connecting the data that brings real assets into sharp focus, erasing the motion blur that's holding back the industry.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Howard Berger from Realcomm, and it is my pleasure to be here with two longtime colleagues and friends. I've got Tom Shercliffe and Rob Murkison, both co-founders of Intelligent Buildings. Hey, guys.
Hey there. How you doing?
Hey. Listen, looks like we're on the downside, almost done. So why don't kick back, relax, maybe order a beer or something.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Watch a movie.
Watch a movie.
Popcorn.
Yeah. So we're going to run a quick video that tells everybody a little bit about intelligent buildings. Let's do it.
Good.
Intelligent Buildings is the only company focused solely on smart building advisory and managed services at scale for both new projects and existing portfolios. We can guide your smart building planning and execution for new construction, as well as assess your buildings globally for vulnerabilities and opportunities. We can then continuously monitor, manage, and remediate the inherent risks from contractors and control systems. Since 2004, we are the most trusted and experienced name in smart building services.
Nice video. Good video. So, now I saw advisory, site assessment, and managed services. Now, I think everybody knows about the advisory and the site assessments, but I don't know, do many people know about your managed services offerings?
Well, they kind of have evolved in that order, right? So for 18 years, we've been doing advisory services, and then our customers realized they need to do a lot more site assessments to figure out not only what was in their buildings, but what their risks were.
Right.
And then following on with that, they said, now we see the risk, we really need protection from those risks, like cybersecurity.
And it's interesting, Howard, it seems obvious when you say it, but if you're going to have a smart building, it's got to be connected. And in our journey over the almost last 2 decades, as we have had the fortune to work with some of the largest real estate portfolios, landlords, and some of the largest occupiers in the world, we found that these rollouts would get slowed down because they couldn't get that connectivity for whatever reason. So it's our service is based on almost 2 decades of learning.
Well, that's a really good point, because Howard, you remember when fault detection and diagnostics was just coming on, right? Big data was so attractive, we could get to it and analyze it, and it really had a run up. And then we observed a flattening out of the adoption of analytics, and we weren't sure exactly why, and we found out through our customers in the marketplace, it was because the big data awareness then sparked a cybersecurity awareness, and it actually stifled the adoption rate. And that's when we started realizing we really needed to help our customers deal with that so they could feel free to innovate again and get back into the big data mindset.
You know, you guys wrote an article a couple of weeks ago called The Bright Side of Cybersecurity.
Ah, yes, right. Yeah.
Let's dive into it. Let's elaborate. You just typically don't think of cyber having a bright side, but I know it. You know, I abstracted the article, and I know what your point was. I think it was really good. Let's dive into that. Maybe let's elaborate a little bit on how that works.
Well, sure. So maybe in a minute we'll talk about the reason that people start with cybersecurity, and that are things like insurance gaps and operational interruption and all those terrible things. But kind of like the FDD analogy we just described, we realized that sustainability and ESG and hybrid work and all these things that people really want to dive into are enabled by the confidence of having cybersecurity. So the world needs all these things, and they're doing the things we just described, and we realize, wait a minute, this is an enabler. It isn't just fixing bad things.
Not just a nice to do.
It's enabling, yes, exactly.
And the beauty of it is, you know, that there's an old adage that there's freedom and discipline. Well, there's freedom in doing the cybersecurity, because once you address that, like Tom is saying, so many other things are possible. But a lot of times if you go the other direction, the rollout of the approach and the smartness and the experiences and ESG and return to work, it all gets slowed down. And there's a lot of power there.
And this is another thing that sort of appeared, if you will. We were tackling cybersecurity because of the risk. And then our customers that were connected to our managed service started asking, can I plug this vendor in? Can I plug that application in? Can I do that sustainability
So they're jumping on the bandwagon.
And they feel that freedom. So that's the bright side, Howard.
That's amazing that we're relating this to, actually how behaviors are changing, once folks really realize. But so many folks in our industry, their hearts and minds are not tuned into cyber risk right now, especially on the OT side. Are you seeing that shift? That are you seeing a kind of shift in the sentiment? We deal a lot with large building owners, portfolio owners. Where are we with relation to where we were, say, 2 years ago?
Well, let's just start with, there's a big shift in sentiment at 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning, because there was the RECC, which you guys are involved in. Tom and I are.
We're in it.
Yeah. How many people were in there at 8 a.m. on Tuesday morning?
It's bigger every year.
And it was amazing, and they were here for one topic.
Yep.
On how to address that. So I would definitely say that sentiment's changed.
I agree, and so those of us all that understand the risk, it's really a 40-year buildup of risk. So all of us have been frustrated saying, this is a real problem now.
Yeah.
And Rob is right, you can see the awareness growing, but the other thing that's helping, as shallow as it might seem, is just simply the news. Cybersecurity is a global phenomenon now. It's in every corner, it's at every consumer, every business person. It's a board level issue now. So when you bring it up now, categorically, you get a lot of attention. And it's very interesting. I'd say in the past 18 months or so, we've had even more board level conversations about this, pension funds, investors, private equity, that used to be a step away from the portfolio, now are interested in that aspect of what's going on in the portfolio.
So when clients ask you, what can I do about this? Okay, I buy in, I got to do something. What's my best entry point, and what does that look like?
Well, I think it starts with knowing what you have in your buildings. Right? I mean, that is the entry point. The business driver, I want to go back on what Tom was talking about earlier, is buildings these are big hundreds of millions of dollar assets. They need insurance. Insurance companies are charging more and more if you can get the insurance. So you have to go back to know what you have in your buildings. And once you do that, you can go address a lot of the risk that are there.
That's a really good point that I hope everybody can tune into. When you look into the insurance issue, property and casualty, general liability, even director and officer insurance doesn't address this specifically, so it's at least a gap or a dispute. And now we're seeing specific exclusions for it. Does not include OT cybersecurity issues. And so that is a real business driver. And then to your other question about how do you deal with it, you deal with it differently than enterprise IT does cybersecurity, because a real estate environment is very fragmented. It's not a well-organized IT environment. You have to acknowledge that and deal with the culture. So I would say it's not just putting in the firewall from hell, it's thinking about how a facility environment actually works with the technicians and the contractors and the control systems.
So the concept of OT cyber as managed service, I would think is appealing to many.
It is, because a lot of real estate organizations don't really want to build a great big IT department to address this, but they need it fixed. And so as a managed service, we're able to combine multiple pieces, things like secure remote access and threat detection, even backing up the systems, but also these technicians that need to be audited and fished and really part of the solution.
So you take them from soup to nuts through your managed service offering.
Yeah, and I want to say, when we say soup to nuts, we have really focused on automating the process.
Right.
So there's a lot of steps along the way, but they're automated. So if someone has an organization has 100 buildings, we can do 100 buildings in less than 100 days.
But that includes everything from the initial audit and assessment.
That's right.
Yeah.
All the way through.
Yeah, and the last key point about what Rob said is that we have to do all that in a property management budget framework.
Right. Absolutely.
Anybody can stack a bunch of equipment and layer it up, but this has to fit, it has to be doable, easy, budget friendly.
So it's lean, it's agile.
That's right.
That's right. It works well.
And I want to go back to the brighter side of cyber.
Yeah.
There's two big themes out here: ESG and return to work, return to the office. Both of those require data and connectivity. if you address the cybersecurity concerns, the risk, those are easily possible. And that's where this industry is changing a lot. So the threats that we have been seeing, I mean, the Russian, the Chinese, the bad actors, if you will, it's actually driven an industry that we used to be concerned about. Oh, why are they not moving so fast? And it's the foot's on the pedal, because
when we
more and
talk
more does.
experience all the time, and all of these things roll up to experience, and a bad actor that manipulates the controls in the building and makes it uninhabitable, or for one reason makes it very difficult to do anything in it, that's not a good experience.
So we're putting a smiley face on cybersecurity.
Well, guys, thank you. We're out of, unfortunately, we're out of time, but that was a great conversation. Just a pleasure having you with us, and I honor our long-term relationship, and I would. I'll see you again.
Thank you for what you
Exactly. Well, I want to thank you again. I'm going to shout out for all the work that you do on the Cyber Forum, and every year, just so everyone knows, since 2012, I think, Rob and Tom have led our Intelligent Buildings Boot Camp, which is on our pre-conference day, which is literally smart buildings for dummies, for folks that are really coming in looking to wrap their arms around a smart building strategy and all the components that go into that. And thank you for that.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
If you want to come up this way. Just look at that camera right there, okay?
Yeah.
We have three, but I think for this situation, we're straight ahead back here. Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Stu Slepin, Managing Director, Sales and Marketing at RockportVal.com. Rockport Val, for people who don't know, it's the future of cash flow modeling and valuation technology. It's affordable, it's intuitive, and it easily integrates with your tech ecosystem. So this year we want to do something we exhibited here at Realcomm, we want to do something different. So we came up with the idea of raffling off $1,000 in cash in single-dollar bills. We had two models walking around the exhibit hall collecting business cards. All the entrants had to do was give their business card, then we put it in a raffle box, and 12 o'clock today, we raffled off the winner. But I just want to back off. If you haven't been to Rockport's website, please go take a look at it. It's rockportval.com. Get a free trial, get some training, and kick the tires. I think you'll love what you see. So at noon today, we picked the winner, one winner for $1,000 cash prize. His name is Andrew Weekland. We announced it before, and as you see, he was pretty happy to collect that box of cash. We also gave him a Rockport Val swag backpack so he could walk in the airport without getting accosted. And thanks, Realcomm. We had a great show, and we'll see you next year.
environment where we work should be a place that makes our comfort, security, health, and productivity the highest priority. The technologies needed to accomplish these results continue to grow in quantity and complexity at an increasing pace. In order for these systems to achieve an optimal workplace environment, they must be integrated with each other for seamless and efficient functionality. To reach these objectives, a master systems integrator is engaged to utilize an elite resource pool of engineers, technicians, software programmers, project managers, and cybersecurity professionals. A successful master systems integrator must be a collaboration partner and an exceptional communicator. The best integrators can respond and adapt at the speed of client requirements, customize the solution freely, and be agnostic to any and all hardware and software providers. Integrated Building Solutions has worked all over the globe, integrated over 24 million square feet of real estate, and have kept our clients loyal by exceeding their expectations for over 22 years, and believing what we do is to make the lives of our clients better.
Create a workplace that employees love with AppSpace. AppSpace is the only unified platform that simplifies employee communications and helps you manage your workplace. The modern workplace has changed. Employees want flexible work arrangements, which can create challenges for productivity, company culture, and your technology needs. The AppSpace platform combines digital signage, space reservation, an employee app, kiosks, visitor management, and content to help solve these challenges and build a successful hybrid workplace. Use AppSpace anywhere, easily integrating with your everyday tools. AppSpace helps you reach employees, keeping them engaged and improving productivity. Using the same app, your team can book rooms, desks, and resources, while you manage everything in one place. Companies all over the world trust AppSpace to help them create workplaces their employees love. Try for free at appspace.com.
Hey, Melvin. Busy office today. Air quality, check. Gonna need another coffee. Too many people in there. Gonna have. Got to report the towels are out. Wow, you guys are on it. An open field for coffee. This place could use cleaning. We gotta stop meeting like this.
Hello, I'm Raul Mulpuri, and along with my colleagues, over the last 12 years, we've been building View to transform the day-to-day window. The smart window controls heat and glare, eliminates blinds and shades, and provides view and natural light all the time. Because we have a highly connected system, we're able to bring a whole host of smart building applications. For example, this video you're watching is coming to you through the View Smart Display, which is a high-definition display that's installed right into the window. Also on this platform, we have a sensor array that has a number of environmental sensors, and these can be used in order to control the environment precisely for the health and wellness of the people. These new applications transform buildings into living spaces that help us engage, interact, and communicate with each other.
Oh, please.
It's going to get ugly.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's already going down that path.
Guys, don't.
All right, here we go.
We are. The end
Number
of another
24,
one.
another 24 in the bag, what do they call that?
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
We got Lisa's favorite place behind us.
Yes.
Don't tell anybody where that is. It's
Nope.
it's your secret.
Yes. But that pillow has my name on it.
Yeah, it
on the right side.
Yeah, the other day I was we have this new thing, it's called Find the Best Webcam.
I like that game.
I like it when you find it and then go there.
Well,
Yes.
Lisa Lime, how about this one? And then, I was on that the bar in St. John's the other day. They were out of control. I go, yeah, they were dancing on the bar. Well, think about it.
Yeah.
You know, it's Friday night or whatever. You've had a long week, and you're just like doing a couple emails, and you're spent, right? It's like you can't get to the Caribbean, so I got a couple monitors, right? And I just put it on there, and the sad thing is they turn the music off. I go, why would you do that? If the people are dancing, I want the music. So I actually emailed him. He hasn't returned my.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, there are some of them. It's very soothing at the end of a long day, particularly the ones that have the audio. So this particular one, you can hear the waves crashing.
Yep.
So it's just close your eyes and pretend.
And I think the reason they turned the one in St. John's off is because the camera was close to a table. I could hear conversations.
Yes, you could actually, pour it in on a little conversation going on.
It's almost a point where I can read their phones when they're texting. Which, and if, in all honesty, he should put a notice there. Let them know.
I wonder if he
privacy
does.
issues. But if he got a little creative and put a camera there and allowed guests, hey, can you buy that person a drink? Or, hey, bring me in. That's actually what we've been talking about for 4 days. And if you look at a Realcomm live end of show video 4 years ago, we were having this exact same conversation. The wall was behind us. I'm saying, let's get creative. I mean, and then thank goodness we're seeing companies like Render and all this other, the Adrian, the Standard Vision, just. But I'll say it again. The real estate industry's got to just look up and understand the millions, billions of dollars of missed opportunities. With not blending the digital into the physical.
It's coming.
Well,
It's gonna be coming.
the advisory council event that we were on to Universal Studios, that Harry Potter immersive experience
you were pretty
blew me
shaking.
away. It was that perfect.
That's 10 years old.
I know, and I had never
stuff.
been there before. So to me, it was that blending of what is physical.
Gotta get out of that.
Well, yeah.
But that highlights that there is some cool stuff out there. We may not have seen it all yet.
If that's 10 years old, then that is something what is possible. And apparently, I need to travel
but
around
guess who
more.
popped in today? Dave Lorenzini was here, right? The guy who stood on this
guy right here.
Is Dave still here? Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Dave was on this stage 20.
He was here 10 years ago.
No, 20. Well, let's start the story. 22 years ago, saw in the Innovation Showcase this little company called Keyhole that had the globe spinning and got Dave up on the stage, and lo and behold, Google Earth was born. On this stage. There's the guy right there.
He had his Google glasses on.
That was 8 years ago.
I remember that.
But the thing is that people don't realize that Google Earth, and if anybody doesn't believe it, go open your browser, type in Google Earth, a little pendant will show up. Next to that pendant says June 11th, 2001. That was Realcomm. And then if you still don't believe it, go get the book Never Lost Again.
Yeah.
What's page, Howard?
Page 44 and 45.
44 and 45, and it talks about Realcomm. Right?
Not that we know or anything.
know that.
Not that we've read that or anything.
Yeah, no, we didn't get any shares of stock. John Hankey.
Not even. Didn't even get a
Not
Pokemon
to name any
out
names.
of it.
Not to name any names. Obviously, fourth day for us. Just wow.
It goes. Boy, does it go by fast.
But let's getting down a little bit of business. What's the number one word that coming out of this event? Just one word.
Oh,
just one.
You'll hear it. Community.
Community. Liz?
Energy.
Mine's community. Yeah, I mean, I think for whatever reason, maybe it's coming out of COVID, haven't seen each other for a while, but everybody, almost everybody to the T said, the community, the roots of this tree are so deep.
Right.
The friendships, the peer.
People you didn't see for 10 years, and people popped up that I haven't seen for years, and it was, the energy was there, just the excitement to be together again, the memories start popping up, and the connections were, it's a good feeling to know that there are people that you really
And we've been having a couple conversations last hour, and the idea of making a real estate portfolio digital, or creating a smart building, a smart district, a smart city, those are big, big problems, right? And you just can't scoot into an industry, think you know it all, and ignore this.
No.
This is the 25, 30, some cases 40 years of dedication. Ed Merwin, we gave a digi to. Nobody more deserving, right? Nobody even knows, I mean, many of the people don't even know who Ed is. Ed's been in this community for 20 years, is one of the most solid people in there, has accomplished more with his left hand than most people with their whole bodies. And so it's that community that has worked very hard for 20, at least in our work, 24 years. And boy, just don't waste that. I mean, young people coming into the industry, find the Ed Merwins, find the Emmanuel Daniels, Microsoft, who was just on here. I mean, and the best news is there are no egos. Egos are not allowed here.
Yeah, they're willing to share.
And
They're
that's what I
willing
mean.
to willing to share and get involved and mentor and do all the things necessary to bring that next generation in.
But the reason that they're willing to share is because there are no egos, and this is truly a collaborative community. We were breaking down, changing sets this morning, and who is there lifting chairs onto a cart?
Jesse.
Jesse Carrillo.
That's right.
And I looked over, I goes,
That's
that's
right.
Jesse? And,
Yeah.
and I went, and I go, and he made me guilty. I started loading chairs on the cart.
Well, he did it yesterday. We were struggling to get the wall open and move the chairs because we had bigger
We told him not
attendance.
to do it. He said, no way.
He dropped his book bag and grabbed chairs, was stacking, was moving. It was
You know, and you were talking about
amazing.
mentoring, which is, you know, getting back to a more serious subject. I don't know that that's our place to get in the middle of helping the industry figure out how to mentor, but
Structure.
I'm kind of thinking that may be something that we want to look at. I had a CIO, a brand new CIO in San Diego, actually, who asked me, he was walking out to her, he said, hey, I'm going to ask you, he said, I really want to get connected with somebody who's experienced in the industry.
I actually think we talk to a lot of people very fast. We understand the personalities related. I think we should get in the middle of that because there is a whole new generation coming up. Wonderful. I mean, we always were worried that, you know, another generation wasn't coming behind. Boy, I'll tell you, that in the last couple of years, my mind's been changed. There are some 35, 40, 45-year-olds that are taking the reins, making names. They've been on these stages for the last 3-4 days. But I agree, somebody new coming into the industry, to sit them with somebody for 3 to 6 months, as a friend, you know, and our folks are so willing to do that.
Right.
Everybody's approachable.
Yeah.
Everybody's, and I think the reason they are is because they realize this is one big task. That's why our theme was superhero. Okay, we got a superhero next to us. That's Nancy. Nancy couldn't be here. She's just bushed, and I don't blame her. These people are willing to talk. They're willing to share. They're not, you know, holding back. And so if I was a young person coming in, I'd say, tell me who to go with. You know, point me.
Well, yeah. I mean, and you know, the deck is stacked here at Realcomm because most of the people here, they are givers. They're truly givers of spirit, their time, their energy.
Yeah.
And I think if you're looking for someone to mentor, you get a better chance in these rooms than you do just about anywhere else.
Yeah. One of the other things that I look out there that I think that I'm walking away with is our experiment on flex space. Boy, did it work. This, I don't know how many square feet it is right here, this where that wall is. It got turned over 5, 6 times.
Yeah.
What I mean by turned over, walls moved, lights changed, furniture changed, set changed. I had 2 guys, I won't name them, sitting right there. They did not realize they were in the same room. He said, you were on that stage yesterday for the awards? He goes, that's the same stage. And he goes, yes. I mean, literally, with some smoke and mirrors and
And
light.
it's not a new concept. Back when I was in high school, what do they call the gym? The multi-purpose room.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, plays.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean,
But we've got new tools. We got this behind us. We got lights. We got AV. It was, so instead of having 2 different rooms, say Realcomm Live and our general session room, Realcomm Live, Realcomm Live, when other stuff was going on, maybe utilize 60%, general session for 10%, right? Because we only use it for 3 hours. All the cost, the real estate, the expense. We use this room 110%.
Absolutely, and every day.
Every minute of every
including
day.
pre-con.
Right.
Yeah.
So real estate guys, ladies, think about it. Best utilization of space, perfect combination of technology. That's the future. So
Yeah.
I think, to me, that was one of the...
And one of the keys was this little guy right back here.
Oh, but we know that. We've known that for a long time.
Yeah.
That's not a real brick wall.
And I was having
could
that
be wallpaper
conversation
in a
with the
second.
guys from Render. That guy from Render and Premiere, vision. Those guys are they're giant, and what they're doing now really is changing the industry. They told me that Southern Florida is on fire. They have so many installations of immersive.
I don't want to challenge Silicon Valley, but you got to watch out. Florida is on fire. Everybody just seems to want to come here. The tech innovation is palpable, and I don't know.
They're spending money on this stuff, and they know why they're spending it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing major companies making moves. I won't name any, but we chose Orlando specifically because we knew it was an innovative city. But you're absolutely right. The region is on fire, and I don't see it slowing down. So it's a wrap. I want to say thank you to everybody, our sponsors at Exhibit Floor, the attendees who stayed till the end. Our speakers, our advisory council, our chairs, our team. Oh my God!
Shout out to Chuck.
Shout out to Chuck.
Longer out here.
Nancy was supposed to be up here and said she wasn't coming down. You lied. That's not fair. No, that's not good enough. Hey, Sean, can you turn that camera around and point it at Nancy? Is it really? Can it go full pan, tilt, zoom? If you can, let's just.
It's these.
Yeah, turn one of those cameras on Nancy if you can, please. She's running. Yeah. This one right here. There's Nancy. She's still working. Our team, not just the last 4 or 5 days.
Phenomenal.
Months and months and months.
Yeah.
It shows the amount of attention to detail and the planning. It shows a couple of our folks who couldn't be here, Sherry and Sarah, remotely. You taught us so much in these last couple of days, being able to rely on you remotely and get things done. My favorite was we couldn't find somebody in the general session, and Analog is run around and try to find them, right? And we're running out of time, and I go, what can we do? Sarah, find these two people on the internet, text them, they get to. All of a sudden, I saw people stand up. I go, oh, that one. It was crazy. So we had these hands out there, hybrid conference, right? I learned a lot. So, say goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.
Yeah.
It's been it's really been a wonderful experience. Thank you, Orlando Convention Center. Thank you, everyone who came. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, speakers, attendees, chairs, everybody.
And final note. Lisa, anything before I final?
Yeah. Thank you, sponsors, exhibitors, attendees, everybody. Yeah, it's been a great year.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
And the last note is next year's our 25th birthday.
Yes.
And that's a pretty good one. That's the quarter of a century that we've been doing this.
It's a milestone.
And so it's going to be bigger and better than this.
Yep.
It's
south of France.
If you thought Spot was interesting, yes. Yeah, 4 of us there.
Coming to you from that beach.
Oh, did we forget something? Oh.
Whoops.
Bigger, better. If you thought Spot was crazy, just wait. Dave Lorenzini's scared me to death today, and if we only do half of what he showed me on his phone, we're going to scare you to death in a good way. So thank you all. Have a great rest of your day wherever you are, and we'll see you next Friday on Realcomm Live, because what we learned during the pandemic, this conversation doesn't stop. It goes on every day. Our webinars, news brief, all sorts of stuff.
Yep.
We're going to take a couple days, catch our breaths, and we'll see you next week. So thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Well.
All right.